Good morning and hello, good afternoon as well to those of you like myself who are here in the UK, wherever you might be, and welcome to our North American edition of the Online Digital Transformation Conference, the first of two events we have for this region for this first half of the year. Hope everyone joining is doing well and looking forward to today's event, brimming with insights from exciting folk working within the many facets of digital business transformation. We have presentations, fireside chats, Q&A sessions, and of course the panel session, where we will try and navigate through as much enterprise transformation as we can from both those working in enterprise and also in the service side. First up, let me introduce myself. My name is Chris Towers. I'm the founder and head of events here at Raw Media. We specialise in creating enterprise business events for those working in digital and technology, offering various platforms for professionals to come together and share ideas and network. We would normally be serving up this particular conference series across the world with events going live in London, which is where we are based, if you haven't already noticed from the dodgy accent. We have events throughout Europe and then New York, Boston and Seattle over in the stateside across the pond from here, and in Sydney and Singapore for our APAC programme. Unfortunately, for the last 12 months, we have obviously been unable to offer the in-person experience, but now have created over 15 successful online experiences, bringing together the digital business community in this capacity. We'll be looking to return our live in-person events in half two of this year, should everything go to plan with regards to things like the vaccination rollout and, of course, whether it's deemed safe enough to do so. We're fortunate enough to be joined by some brilliant digital minds today from a range of industries and through a variety of deliveries, hoping to help you understand how others are potentially tackling similar challenges and offering a wide range of insights into their transformational journeys. Want to obviously mention today's sponsors. The online event would not be possible without the support of our brilliant sponsors, and today we welcome headline sponsor Answer Rocket, platinum sponsor TaskTop, diamond sponsor Select, and gold sponsor Vidyard. Each of our sponsors will be presenting today and offering their narrative on important select parts of digital transformation and what they deem the crucial elements of success or indeed failure. There are some great presentations within those, and I'm looking forward to hearing more from our great sponsors. Further information and resources from our sponsors will be shared throughout the day. More on that in a short while. Just a few essential points to keep you in the know for the day, so some essential housekeeping notes to ensure you have the best experience possible with us today. If you're watching the stream directly on YouTube, I would ask that you visit the dedicated conference page, which is on Beyond Business Buzzwords, as all the conference features are within this page. Hopefully the majority of viewers are with us on the Beyond Business Buzzwords page, which is where you'll have the optimal experience today during the sessions. You've hopefully already seen the online chat function, which runs down the right-hand side of the screen. You can use this to ask questions to the speakers, introduce yourselves to one another. I can see quite a few people have already introduced themselves. So good morning to Ryan, Sandra, Pratik, Judith, Checker, I hope I pronounced that right, and Lily. So Chicago, Boston, India, Canada. So do introduce yourself there and say hello to one another. Let's try and get at least some of the in-person experience back to the online platform. Most of the presentations will finish with a live Q&A session in which you can put your questions to the speaker. So this chat function is also the place to be doing that. So if you do need further clarity on anything said within the presentations or indeed the interviews or panel, here's the best place to pop things down. I'll pick up each and every question if we have the time to do that. I'd like to encourage as much interaction here as possible, so you at least get some personal experience there as well and cover ground that's most important to you as individuals and as a group. Now on to potential technical difficulties. Hopefully we won't experience too much in the way of difficulty, but such is the world of online events that we may encounter a few. I'm sure everyone tuning in, this isn't their first, so are aware of the pitfalls. As we're working from home here in the UK, and some of our speakers are the same, mostly the same, there is likelihood in some instances of loss of connection, bad connectivity, audio or camera feeds dropping, the potential for a crying child in the background, and whatnot. So do bear with us if something does go wrong. If we do encounter any issues, we'll try and resolve them as quickly as possible. There may be some slight waits in transitions while we wait for speakers to get connected and join our Q&A sessions, those awkward silences where I have to kind of ramble on and kill some time. Hopefully there won't be too many of those, but they're inevitable. Online events aren't the smoothest operations, but we're glad we can bring you this event as best as we can right now. Any questions about the event or upcoming events, you can contact us at the email you see on screen. Those contact details are also available on the page, as well as a link to our website for further information on our calendar. You'll see the agenda on the page as well. That is the latest and most accurate for timings, and we should be good for that today. Everything is looking on time and on schedule, so we'll be looking to follow that agenda as closely as possible. We may overrun in some parts where there might be a delay in speakers joining and things like that, but do bear with us as we navigate through the day, and we'll try and stick to those timings as closely as we can. We are going to be beginning today with a great presentation from Tom Scotto. Tom Scotto, who is Senior Director of Enterprise System Design at CVS Health. I've had the pleasure of working with Tom on several occasions with some of our Boston conferences in the past, where people gathering and handshakes were a part of normal everyday culture. Tom is a brilliant leader in the space, and we'll be hearing more on leadership within transformation in today's presentation. After the presentation has aired, we're going to be joined by Tom for about a 10-minute Q&A session. So as mentioned, if you do have anything as we move along, do pop it in that chat function, and I will endeavour to get the questions to Tom, and we can get those covered off in that short Q&A session. As mentioned, do introduce yourselves as you're joining this morning on that chat. It'd be great to see some people engaging with one another on there, and also with the speakers for the Q&A sessions, much like an in-person conference. Just whack anything in, no question is a stupid question. So without further ado, I'm going to now play Tom's presentation, and then, as mentioned, we'll be joined by Tom for that Q&A session afterwards. So enjoy the opening session and keynote presentation of today with Tom, and I will see you in around 20 minutes time for that Q&A session with Tom. All right, thank you very much.
Welcome to Persuasive Communication and Leadership, transforming information to intelligence, exacerbated by COVID-19. My name is Tom Scotto. I am the Senior Director of Enterprise Digital Design Systems for CVS. And this is a topic I'm particularly passionate about. Maybe it's from some of my previous work as a coach within sports, but pretty much my entire life has been working with tripping over and dealing with communication along the way, and seeing how communication impacts leadership. And a lot of what we do in communication, and particularly in leadership, is that persuasive quality, helping people understand where we're coming from, and being able to get people to take that sort of direction and have that communication, a dialogue open. So throughout my career, I've kind of worked in numerous opportunities that have helped me to enhance this communication model that I've used, and hopefully you'll get some benefit from it as we move through it. So we're going to talk about the impact of communication. How does communication affect leadership? Attributes of effective communication, levels of information detail, and some other considerations with our unfortunate COVID-19 friend in there. And I will give a few in real life practical applications to that. At the end, we'll have 10 minutes, I believe, to do some Q&A. So what is the impact of communication? a question for you: how much time do you spend communicating during the day? And there's a number of ways that we communicate. I'm not going to read through the list here. I think it's a short list. There's probably a longer list to this if you think about your work environment, your industry, your personal life. There's just so much communication. Just looking at the top two, we have meetings and presentations. Here we are in a presentation right now. And then there's emails. I don't know about you, but I think my email box is like 2,000 deep. And I'm always trying to figure out more effective ways to carve through that and effectively respond. I do have some tips towards the end on how to apply some of these concepts into you replying and being more effective with email. So let's talk about how communication affects leadership. And this is a connection that I've seen over the years. As I mentioned earlier, I've been in a number of different leadership roles. I've been in technology for 30 years, but I've also functioned as a professional athletic coach. And it's just been in different circumstances where I've seen my communication fall flat. I've seen it be effective. And I'm always trying to figure out, how can I articulate in such a way that really gets that point across, that motivates, that innovates, that teaches, mentors, whatever it is. There's just so much communication involved. Also, I am currently working within the design realm. So there's a lot of communication. I would say 90% of design is communicating. You're communicating through the visual aspect. You're communicating through messaging, voice, color. There's just a lot going on there. Not to mention all the communication that goes into, talking to teammates and collaborating and bringing groups together to come up with the actual concepts and such. One of the things that I've seen over the years is this disconnect between intelligence and information. And we're big on information these days. We love data. We love throwing lots of data out there, and that's awesome. I'm a big fan of that. But I'm a bigger fan of intel. And one of the ways I see this play out within the organization is if you start at the bottom of this diagram that's on the right, you have your team members. Those are the people that are frontline. They're doing the work. They're executing. And oftentimes they have the most knowledge about what happens in your organization, the best insight in how your products, your services are operating, are sort of resonating, and you want that intel from them. If you don't have a really good way, or you're not training your people to not just vomit data everywhere, but really convert that into intel, you wind up with a lot of noise going up into sort of the executive level. And some of it gets ignored, it gets buried. And oftentimes what happens is you wind up with either indecision or misalignment coming down, which frustrates everybody, particularly the teams who are executing the work. They look at leadership like, you guys aren't really paying attention. You don't know what's going on. There's a loss of respect. There's a loss of productivity, definitely a loss of innovation. If you can train people to grab the nuggets, prioritize how they're providing this information and turn it into intelligence, now you're passing valuable nuggets up the line, which those who handle strategy and look at sort of direction can grab very valuable and then align the company back down. And then when those on the front line see how the leadership is aligning, it resonates. While they're listening, this aligns with how we're experiencing the customer. It's a very, very positive scenario. But this aggregation and synthesis of information is a learned skill. We need to train ourselves and our people. And we need to make it clear what information is most important so people know, here's what this particular team or this particular leadership group needs to be able to function. And honestly, if you're in a position or you're thinking, wow, I don't really trust the intel I'm getting from those people on my team, you've unfortunately hired the wrong people, and you've got to figure out how to deal with that. Let's look at communication, leadership, and effectiveness. And a couple of scenarios here, we'll just kind of look through them very quickly. One is I am not in a leadership position and I have poor communication skills. What's the result of that? Well, you become a burden on leadership. You're not trusted. Most likely your career path is going to be stunted moving forward. If you're not in a leadership position, but you have strong communication skills, you become valuable to leadership. You're trusted, you're given responsibility, visibility, most likely good for your career path. If you're now in a leadership position with poor communication skills, you wind up wasting company time and resources, you're frustrating teams, and potentially leading in wrong and dangerous directions. Ultimately, we want to be a leader with strong communication skills. That's going to have a positive impact on company goals, inspire your teams, innovate, That's what we're looking for. There was something put out in Forbes magazine. It was back in 2016 by William Arruter, and it was this interesting look at leaders versus managers in a mindset. And the reason I want to highlight that word mindset is a lot of us have titles of manager. And this is not a diss on the manager title. It's more of how do we approach the role? Do we approach it in a leadership perspective? Do we approach it in a manager perspective? I'm not going to read all the bullet points here, but what you want to look at is how do leaders and managers communicate differently? The top two, I think, are sort of a good indication as to where this list is going. Leaders create a vision, managers create goals, leaders are change agents, managers maintain the status quo, et cetera, et cetera. So just something to kind of take a look at, even maybe assess yourself, your team, and sort of see, like, do I have that manager mindset? Do I have that leadership mindset? Obviously, the leadership mindset overall is more effective. Let's look at some attributes of persuasive communication. So some of the key things we want to look at here is research, for one. You want whatever you're providing to someone that you're trying to change how they feel, you're trying to change what they believe, basing something on research is going to be your best bet in getting that point across. It needs to provide direct value to them, not just a broad value, but it really has to be valuable to the person you're talking to or the group you're talking to. It needs to be actionable. It needs to be something they can obtain, not just step one, but like if there's 10 steps in what you're communicating, all 10 steps need to be obtainable in some fashion or another. And I think in today's day and age, if whatever you're doing, whether it's service-based, product-based, thought leadership, if it's not scalable, it's probably not done very well. And it's something you'll have to revisit. So these 5 attributes are very important in being able to influence and persuade how someone thinks. One of my favorite authors has a quote, "For thought is a bird of space that in a cage of words may indeed unfold its wings, but cannot fly." And I know at the time of this presentation, it's to be like 9 in the morning, probably you haven't had enough coffee to like, okay, he's going to give me these crazy sayings. But this one always resonated with me because it could be a lot of words that we use to explain things. We can, try different angles and just lots of dialogue. But ultimately, if we're not communicating effectively, it's sort of like this bird, which is, sort of the words trapped in a cage, and it's not connecting with anyone. It's not able to really take off, whether it be an idea, an innovation, or just a concept. One of the key things that I've seen, which has helped people communicate better, is understanding their audience and then respecting their time and needs in respect to the information that they need. On the sliding scale on the left, the very, very top is the least amount of information from a volume standpoint, and it's very strategic, just the facts. And you get down to the wider part of the pyramid where there's a lot of volume. That's very tactical, very buried in details. Not necessarily a bad thing. It's just it depends on who your audience is. And if we kind of broadly connect it to various levels of in the organization that have different levels of influence, generally speaking, VPs, C-suite, they're looking for overall direction. They don't want that big, massive volume of information. Directors, they're directing, they're looking at impact, they're looking at strategy, another level of information. And the information gets bigger and bigger as you get towards the bottom. Your managers, they deal with roadmaps, planning, execution, operations, et cetera. And then when you get down to, again, this is from my team's approach or my industry's approach of designers and engineers, we are at the execution level and we need a lot of detail. And then, of course, there's going to be a lot of information that goes along with that. So it's very important to be able to connect the right information level, granularity with the audience. One way to remember this is Todd. Say hi to Todd. So if you look at the T is in title or topic, O for objective, D for description, and D for detail. So this is something you can kind of think of, use it as a way to remember to have Todd in there. And here's a question to ask yourself and maybe even ask your team. It's a great exercise to see if people are really connecting with this concept. Is if you look at the list of sort of roles and levels in an organization on the left, ask what is their preferred level of detail. And not very descriptive on the right-hand side, but some basically a illustration of the volume differences between title, topic versus an objective status versus a little bit of a description versus versus detail, too long, don't read. And getting them to a sense of like what information, what level of granularity should they be delivering to the people, and maybe even this list, or make up your own list based on your organizational structure. In addition to that, you want to prioritize the type of information that they need. So even though they might need a certain level of granularity, some of that might be status, priority, scope, urgency, roadblocks, target dates. Figure out what's important to that person. If you're a leader, you want to communicate this to those that are giving you information. Hey, this is what's most important for me in this order. If you want to get extra brownie points, talk to those that you're reporting into and say, hey, what is most important to you? How can I provide you information that is according to your priority? And be considerate to your audience. I think this is the big one. I've learned this lesson in an interesting way. But honestly, you want to be able to provide, if you have a list of things that you're talking with someone on, you want to be able to give them only the topic for each of those items, and only the topic. And let your audience choose and decide how much information they want. You want them to say, wow, that's very interesting. Tell me more about that. Very early in my tech career, I worked under someone named Tom Bilodeau. I think he's big into tennis now, so he's kind of left tech. If you know Tom, tell him I said hey. But I learned this part of this lesson from him, where I'd go into his office, I'd have a list of like 10 things, and he's like, all right, tell me what you got going on. And I would just start ripping through my project. Oh, project 1, project 2, here's all this detail. He's like, whoa, way too much information. Just give me one bullet for each project you're on. If I want more information, I'll ask you for it. And it felt awkward. I felt like it was like anticlimactic. I'm like, all right, fine, I'll give you one bullet. And I gave him a bullet from each one. And then he'd go, all right, number 3, tell me more about that. And then I would open up the fire hydrant of all this information. So no. Like, what's the status? So you can see how this process helped me define those 4 levels of information detail. And I got the chance to practice them, and I helped my team give me the appropriate information. And it's been a happy path for the most part. But that is really something that you want to think about, is giving the option for your audience to choose that information, that intelligence adventure. What are some other considerations? Well, let's talk a little bit about COVID. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here. We all know the impact. We're feeling it. We're living it. But just calling attention to some things that I think have changed and impacted how we communicate, and the retention, the ability to absorb. We obviously have health and family. Health with family and friends that we're concerned about, that we're navigating. I mean, logistics of everything. Nothing is easy these days. If you've got kids, you've got childcare, schooling, there's additional stresses, finance, jobs, you name it. That loss of in-person group dynamic is a big part of how we communicate. Not only reading the audience, but getting energy back from a group in a meeting inspires those that are leading and makes the meetings more dynamic and exciting. I think also a lack of environmental variety, where we used to go from meeting to meeting, different rooms. It kind of compartmentalizes things. More I think pronounced is I'm at home, I'm not at work, and now I'm at work, and then back at home. We have to put in manual, almost deliberate markers to go, I'm working now, I'm not working now, and hopefully we're doing that. If not, there's some boundaries you want to think of for yourself. How do I kind of keep work and the home? But this obviously has affected a lot of our communication. So some things to think about. One is answer first is a principle we try to use. Someone asks a question. If it's a yes or no question, yes or no. Oftentimes people like to go on a very long qualification of their answer, which honestly sends the person asking on an emotional roller coaster. All right, so tell me, what's the status? Is the X project completed? You're like, all right, yeah, well, on the X project, so we ran into this challenge. And then the person who asked the question is like, great, that means the answer is no. And while we're doing that, we actually found a better way to achieve it. So we started to work on that. And now the person's like, no, maybe the answer is going to be yes. But then like later in the week, we ran into this other tech snag. And so, this person's on this roller coaster. Just give them the answer. If they want more qualification, then give them that qualification and that clarification. I tried to take a stab at creating my own saying, as inspired by Khalil Gibran. And this is something I've seen. Insecurity can cause an avalanche of words that meaning cannot survive. And I think this is where even that answer first hesitation as well. I've got to use all these words. I'm a little insecure. I don't want to deliver this bad news, whatever it might be. And then you wind up with, providing a lot of dialogue that maybe is not necessary, and the answer is lost in there. In a similar vein, question first. I'm sure you've experienced people that try to ask a question and they start out with all the clarifications and all the factors, and you're sitting there ready to answer this question. Like, okay, was that the question? Oh, was this where they're? No, that's not where they're going. And finally, you get to the end of like a 5-minute, preamble, and you have to remember what was the question in the first place, and why did you give me all that other information? I don't understand. So ask the question first. If you're really succinct about it, keep that question very short. And if the person answering the question needs more information or clarification, they will ask. And speaking of clarification, here are some things that you can do in meetings and in follow-up emails that I found very helpful. When you're in a meeting, at the end of the meeting, okay, so is this what we've decided, concluded during the meeting? State it. Make sure that everybody's in agreement with it. You'll be surprised, this little thing, how many times we've left the meeting and we haven't summed it up. Same thing in an email. I do this all the time. Hey, that was a great meeting. Just recapping what we decided, recapping the next steps. That's always good too if you have someone who kind of has amnesia and they forget what they've decided in a meeting. Like, I don't think we talked about that. When you send a follow-up email in writing, kind of hard to escape that unless they want to hit reply and go after you on it. But I found that to be extremely helpful. A couple of in real life examples, practical ways to put these skills in practice. Obviously, bring Todd to your meetings. Is the level of information appropriate for the audience? Do you have the right audience in the first place? It's always a good thing to consider. Get people out of meetings that don't need to be in there. They can be very expensive. And then when you're setting expectations, think, what is the purpose of this meeting? Is the objective way too broad? The meetings tend to lose effectiveness when there's just so much information, and decisions are hard because the topics are disparate. And declare, here are the decisions we're going to make. Here are the next steps we're looking for, and save some time at the end to make sure that you did make those decisions and set those next steps. Quick pet peeve on stand-ups. I've been in a lot of companies that have these open floor plans, and you can see the different stand-ups and hear the different stand-ups going on. And I can hear people going off on these long sort of diatribes on something that they're doing in the stand-up. Or they're doing in their project. And if you want to sit down during a stand-up, most likely the stand-up needs some fine-tuning. So get people to be more succinct. If you have a scrum master or an agile coach, help people to get down to the nuggets of what a stand-up is. Yesterday I did X, today I'm going to do this. And if there's any blockers or obstacles, bring those up. Keep that in a very quick, informational, but effective manner, hence the stand-up. Visuals are also extremely important. As many of you are probably like me, work in very complex systems and processes. If you try to explain those verbally, it's a lot of effort. And oftentimes a picture or image is worth 1,000 words. It can reduce a lot of cognitive load. It creates clarity around the complexity because you can see it. It reduces time to digest it, so you have more time to actually discuss what it is that you need to talk about the complex system. And it provides some orientation and some common lexicon, which sometimes we're saying using words, acronyms, whatever it might be, and someone else has that acronym or that word in a different context. And finally, actionable and digestible emails. This is the world in which a lot of us live. 2 pointers that I found to be extremely helpful. One is to keep emails to a single topic when decision-making is the objective. If you try to cram too much in an email, it's like cramming too much stuff in a slide for PowerPoint. I'm not a big fan of that either. But keep that email really focused on the decision that you need to make, and provide some very clear objectives. If you got multiple topics and you don't want to break them up, just try not to keep decisions in there. Oftentimes, if there's multiple decisions that need to be made and someone has the answer to one, but they don't have the answer to, let's say, the other 2 of 3, they might not reply to your email right away because they're waiting to get the answer to all 3 questions. So if you want to get that quick turnaround, very quick email correspondence, this is a great way to do it. And then finally, organize that email and prioritize. And I tend to bold topic headers. So when I send out an email, he's like a little opening line, and then here's topic number one, bold, very short sentence, maybe a couple of words, and then maybe a couple of sentences description. And it sounds really simple, but everyone I send emails to like that, they really appreciate it. One, it's easier to digest. There's not a lot of context switching. And then when we go back to talk about what I sent them in the email, their eye can easily index on those bullet points and the boldness of the titles. So hopefully some of this has been helpful. This is stuff that I've kind of tripped on and executed in various ways and have seen some success in my time, and hopefully it'll prove valuable to you as well. So at this point, we can take some time and open it up for some questions and feedback that you might have.
So that was Tom Scotto opening up the day for us with a talk on leadership and communication. We are now going to be joined by Tom for a Q&A session. I can see that there are a few questions coming through in the chat. So if you did have anything that you'd like to add, now's the kind of the time to pop your questions in there. And as we go throughout the day, you do use that chat function to share those questions. I'm just going to wait for Tom. I can see him backstage with us. Tom, if you can hear me, see me, if you just want to enable your camera and mic, and hopefully we can kick off the Q&A session. I can see Tom coming through now. Tom, can you hear me okay?
I can. This seems like the way we start every single meeting in real life now. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
A wave, a thumbs up, but yeah, good to see you, Tom. It's been a while for the purpose of the audience. Tom, as I mentioned in the intro, has worked with us on a few events in Boston during his time working for Wayfair. Tom's obviously now with CVS Health, so this is the first time I've heard from him since. So it was a really nice way to start the day and a great presentation there, Tom. Thanks for taking the time to do so and joining for the Q&A.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me again. It's always a pleasure.
Good stuff. Well, a few questions have come in here, so I guess we'll kick off with those. I've got some as well. I just kind of want to dive deeper on, but we'll go to the audience first. So the first question that came in was, due to the pandemic, have you found it harder to communicate with your teams and educate individuals and teams on how best to communicate?
So yes and yes would be the answer to both of those. I think the first question, as far as, is it harder to communicate? I think what I found, and I've also found this through teaching at a university. I teach a college course, and we've had a very similar conversation amongst the professors, where we find that those that are listening and participating in this kind of medium that we have now are not absorbing as much. So some of it's an exercise in how do I articulate in maybe smaller chunks, but there's also the necessity of sort of repeating things over and over and over again, not necessarily in the same conversation, but just, making sure we're reinforcing and bringing topics back to life over and over again. I got frustrated, I think, in the very beginning, where I'm like, why am I saying the same thing over and over again? But I think it's just a product of even some of the things that were listed in that slide on, the impact of COVID. It's just, we got a lot of distractions. We're in new environments, et cetera. As far as training the team, I think a lot of this kind of sort of moves from what I just said into practicals of, how do we start breaking down information? Can we look at our communication channels? Maybe we're communicating in larger sessions where my team has a number of different audiences, from application protocols to different types of leadership. And instead of doing these broad communications, which people unfortunately are probably typing and doing other things while they're listening to it, we've targeted this so that it's really valuable to that person, and there's a greater chance that they'll pay attention to it and hopefully retain some of it.
No, really good answer. Thanks, Tom. And then another question. Kind of looking at digital tools. To what extent do digital tools have a place in the workplace with regards to communications and collaboration?
I think they have a tremendous role in the workplace. I think it's like any tool. There used to be a saying, like, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. We have to make sure we're using the right tool for the right job, and then being considerate of what the effectiveness of that tool is.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes we have to use multiple tools to accomplish maybe something that we would have been able to do simply in person. So a lot of follow-up, again, if it comes to communication. Oftentimes I try to have, I've created what's called an executive overview deck, which doesn't sound like anything mind-blowing, but I actually created the deck using the Todd principle. So when I meet with executive levels, et cetera, they choose the top level of the deck if they just want the topic, and then they can kind of drill in depending on what their need is at the time. So I'm trying to take that concept and use it and look at the tools and say, what level of communication is this tool good for?
Sure.
And try to use those tools effectively.
Sure, and with that, I guess there's a case with a lot of enterprises and large organizations that kind of throw everything at kind of digital tools, and we've got overloaded with applications, both web-based and desktop-based. Is there the temptation for organizations to go too hard on shiny kind of new tech and forget about traditional ways of communicating, the more effective ways?
Absolutely. And I've been going through that sort of expansion and contraction of tools. Like we see something else like, hey, this communication isn't working. We add another tool. And then, you wind up with the same information in different versions and 5 different pieces of technology. The question I keep to the forefront, and I think this is also something from product design UX that any UXer should be able to, this should roll off their tongue almost like water, which is, what is the problem we're trying to solve?
Sure.
And it is interesting. It's such a simple question, but whenever we start talking about technologies and I think we can do this, and here's the tactical approach, I'm like, whoa, everybody back up. What are we trying to solve here? If it's just this piece of communication, how do we do that? Let's not build an entire system. Let's not make this complex labyrinth of, communication strategy. Let's figure out what that problem is. And not always, but oftentimes it's simpler than where I think we went. And then part of it's, we're just creative, technologists. So we think in these complexities, but sometimes the answer is more simple and succinct.
Sure, no, good answer. And then towards the end of that presentation, we were touching on email. A lot of kind of articles and thought leadership pieces come up with the idea that email is dead or is on the decline or is being phased out. It's something I've personally not seen. I spend pretty much my life on email, but there are a lot of kind of thought leaders in the space and communications experts, new age tech people that are, essentially saying that email will be dead in kind of 5-10 years, whatever. What's kind of your take on that statement?
All right. Well, I'm going to say something in here that maybe this will be the laugh for everybody in the morning. I'm going to give everybody a chuckle, but I don't understand why email isn't dead already. Back 20 years ago, in the late 80s, I lose track of time. I was working on a product called Lotus Notes, and this is where people can start laughing. Wow, you use Lotus Notes? When IBM bought it, it became Domino, et cetera. Anyway, I built an entire global network based on Lotus Notes, and then one of the beauties of it was the email interface was a database just like anything else in that environment. And it was all interactive. So when you got an email, it wasn't actually an email, it was actually a piece of a database that you were getting to interact with. And when you interacted with it, it didn't just sit in your email as in your box as a dead document. It actually updated the entire system. So I can't understand why we did that 20 years ago using the Lotus Notes technology, and we haven't really evolved. I mean, we got some fancier features and it looks a little nicer, but so I hope it's dead in 5 years, but I think it's kind of more of a zombie at this point, walking around torturing us.
Nice. And then during the course of the pandemic, a lot has changed in a lot of ways, particularly within the enterprise and organizational structure. How much of kind of communication principles changed in the last 12 months, and how has Todd from your presentation evolved a lot during those 12 months and learned a lot in terms of the way things need approaching and the way things need looking at? Has that changed?
I'm not sure if it's changed, but I think certain qualities of communication have been emphasized. I think the succinct nature of trying to think of the intelligence that we want to move forward, as I talked a lot about during my presentation, is one of the things. I think another aspect of this is it's called to the carpet a number of folks who have not worked on their presentation ability, because as someone who's been a teacher in the classroom, I love that energy. I love that, the ability to interact, the dynamic quality of it. And you feel the void when that is gone. When COVID first hit, we were fortunately on spring break. We extended spring break so we can all scramble and figure out how we're going to teach our classes remotely. I think I had a little bit easier time being a technologist, and I'm not intimidated by technology. But wow, I left my first class, and I even asked my students, I'm like, guys, I don't think this was a really great experience. Does anybody have any thoughts? And we worked through it, but I just felt like, wow, I was getting nothing back. I was totally drained. So it made me rethink a lot of things, like how am I presenting my information? How do I create excitement and engagement? I haven't really come up with like solid answers on that. I think I'm still trying to figure that out. A lot of it I think is on me personally, but that's what I've seen kind of come to life with some of the challenges we have in this new work environment.
Good stuff. Well, Tom, that's all we've got time for. Really appreciate you taking the time to join us today, and of course for the presentation to open the day. We've had some nice comments coming in and on the conference chat, so really do appreciate it. And of course, it's good to see you in this capacity again, and hopefully we'll have you back on a real physical stage at some point in the near future.
Excellent. Well, thank you again, and I'm digging the beard. Nicely done.
Thanks. It's it's locked down. The barbers are shut. Why not?
Awesome. Thank you, Chris.
Take care. See you, Tom. Thanks so much.
Yep.
So that was Tom Scotto from CVS Health joining us for the opening presentation of today. Really happy that he could do so, and a great presentation and some really nice comments coming through on that chat. We'll reiterate to put questions within that chat and comments, statements, anything you like, introduce yourselves. Do use that as much as you like throughout the day. Big thanks to Tom there for opening the day. We're now going to be joined by headline sponsor Answer Rocket, who are presenting, and then we're fortunate enough to be joined by Pete Riley, one of the co-founders of Answer Rocket, afterwards for a short Q&A session. Pete will be sharing more on Answer Rocket and within more on automation and analytics. Answer Rocket has been named Gartner Core Vendor in Analytics and a top 10 tech company in Georgia. Bit of a tongue twister there. So we're going to be over to Pete now, and then, as mentioned, joined by Pete afterwards for some Q&A. Do ask questions in that chat as we move along the presentation, and I'll put those to Pete at the end. So we'll go on to Pete now. Thanks so much.
Hey guys, my name is Pete Riley, and I'm one of the co-founders of Answer Rocket, and just excited to be here with all of you to talk about, and really just to give this presentation to you on the future of decision making and how really leading companies are empowering the post-COVID workforce with automated analytics. So, we all know this. We are in uncharted territory. The world is a very different place than it was just a year ago. And we've seen really what looks like 10 years of change in a single year. I mean, I saw some stats that said, I think in Q2 of last year, e-commerce growth was like 40x what it was normally. And it wasn't just e-commerce and how we buy things that changed. As we all well know, everything changed really. What is our home life like? What is our work life like? How do we buy things? How do we stay well, and how do we stay entertained? And a lot of these are things that are, obviously, as everyone is probably feeling at this point, some will probably go back to some level of normalcy, and some will probably be fairly permanent changes for us. But the suddenness of that change has really driven, this need for speed, as we call it. And this is from a McKinsey study on sort of how COVID-19 has really changed what we're focused on in the enterprise. And 7 out of the 10 boards of directors have said, listen, this has massively accelerated our digital business initiatives post-COVID. So this was also from that same McKinsey study. And what they did was they looked at, pre-COVID and post-COVID, various initiatives that companies had in place and their expected plans for how long this were going to take them. So the first was around remote work and collaboration. And the general average expectation was that was going to be about 454 days. And in terms of increasing customer demand for online purchasing and services, 525 days. And in terms of using advanced technologies in business decision making, they expected it would take almost 2 years, 635 days. The truth ended up being quite a bit different. In fact, COVID really forced our hands as generally as businesses. And the first project, instead of 454 days, we ended up doing it in 10, right? Everybody was doing the same thing in March of last year, is moving to basically making it possible to do work remotely. In terms of increasing the second project, increasing customer demand for online purchasing and services, 22 days, basically, instead of 525. And in terms of advanced technologies and business decision-making, 25 days. So literally like a 20x change in terms of what we thought it was going to take and what it actually ended up taking us, because we simply had to. And so also from that study, I thought this was interesting. In 2017, obviously pre-COVID, the question was asked, so how do you see technology? Is it a source of cost savings, more is a competitive advantage? And really in 2017, huge number of the respondents said it was largely a source of savings in terms of how they were using technology. And that's changed dramatically post-COVID now. It's around, only 10% are now saying this is around cost savings. It's really shifted dramatically to driving competitive advantage. You can see 38%, they're literally saying this is about we're investing more in technology to make it a competitive advantage, or we're modernizing our core technology capabilities to keep up with competition and refocusing the entire business around digital technology. So really, really big shift, just really, again, propelled by the pandemic. They also talked about, so what are the keys to some of the keys to the future? And they outlined 9 different keys. Here are 3 of the big ones that we thought were sort of pulled forward. And one was around radically flattening the organization structures, treating talent as a scarce resource, and turbocharging decision making. That's really going to be the leaping off point for really this whole the rest of the conversation. So I've been working with global 2,000 companies now for about 7 years around how they analyze their business, how they get information, make decisions. And what you find is sort of surprising, really. When you ask folks, how do they analyze their business? How do they answer a question like this? What's driving sales growth? And you would expect, I look at a dashboard and I sort of see it and I make a decision. And that's not really how it works. But what really happens is, so they've got this question about what's maybe driving sales growth, and then they'll typically hunt down data across different sources. Maybe it's third-party data, first-party data, my CRM, and so on. They'll bring that together and sort of merge that data, maybe do some cleansing and some preparation. They'll do some analysis. They might look for growth in different opportunities or the lack of growth or in other opportunities, positive and negative growth. They might build some graphs or charts to help them sort of understand it, maybe even help them start to tell the story, figure out what those results are telling them and interpret those and sort of say, okay, these are the things I think we need to be doing and here's what's happening. And then identifying those key insights and putting a narrative together to help their management understand what they're seeing and recommend some of the decisions they should be making. All of this could take days or weeks. And this is pretty much how it works everywhere. You would think, there's some big data warehouse somewhere and all the answers are in there. And that's just not how it works. It's still very, very manual today and very slow. And obviously it's full of bias. People miss things and so on. And the other challenges are that sort of making this worse, frankly, is data is growing at an astronomical rate. There are not enough analysts to go around, data scientists to go around. And there's this demand for speed to insights is now starting to drive sort of rogue decisions around the enterprise. You'll see different pockets of places using different tools in the organization. And the rise of AI machine learning has just got everybody thinking about, okay, how do I leverage these things for a competitive advantage? So this is a quote from another report from Cognizant's big consulting company called The Work Ahead, Digital First to Last. And they say, the future of work in the organization is going to be shaped by 2 inevitable and powerful forces. Number 1, the growing adoption of intelligent machines. And number 2, this future partnership between humans and machines. And we agree, and we see it the same way. So when we talk, I think Gartner coined this term of augmented analytics and this idea that the AI and humans will be sort of working more increasingly in concert, especially as it relates to analytics and understanding what's happening in my business and what I should be doing. And so when you look at that sort of that process that I outlined for you earlier, what you see is that the human is spending an enormous amount of time in this analysis phase where they're identifying the problem, they're getting the data together, they're analyzing their options and forming conclusions. They spend very little time, frankly, on what humans are good at, ideation and execution. How do we now act on this, and how do we make sure that that's successful, and so on. It's the things that humans, frankly, are better at doing and enjoy doing, and sort of going through this analysis process that the machines are really good at. So what augmented analytics enables you to do, and there's a number of companies in this space, including us, of course, and it takes that analysis and the execution and it sort of flips it. It flips the 80-20. So that now I'm spending only 20% of my time on the analysis component, and I get to spend 80% of my time on the things that humans are uniquely qualified for, this more creative aspect of, okay, so what do we do? What programs do we put in place? What marketing campaigns do we run? And you'll notice, on top of that, the fact that it's much, much shorter. And in fact, the scale here doesn't really do it justice, because very often we're seeing massive changes in how long that takes, anywhere from 10x to even 1,000x improvement on the time it takes to actually perform that analysis step. It's really driving a lot more time around how do I activate those strategies, how do I find growth, how do I more effectively compete. And so augmented analytics, again, there are a number of providers out there. This is just a nice picture of generally what they do. They'll basically combine the data that's accessible to you from various sources and provide a conversational interface to different users of different skill sets and capabilities, all the way from answering simple questions like what was my sales growth last year to much more sophisticated questions powered by more AI and machine learning capabilities around just explain what's happening to my market share, or how is my brand doing, and creating stories that involve a combination of charts and naturally generated text to tell you what's going on. Really, a couple of key capabilities of these platforms are that remove a lot of technical barriers. So number one, the ability to ask a natural language query and get them an answer that's frankly powered by AI or machine learning that's very hard to do, impossible off of traditional dashboards today. Natural language insights, which are produced by the machine to help people understand, well, what is that chart telling me, or what outliers is it seeing, or what patterns is it seeing? And obviously being able to do all this on mobile and voice is really critical. And so it takes that convoluted, manual process that's pervasive throughout the world in our enterprises today. It allows you to ask this question, such as, how did my business do last quarter, and take away all the heavy lifting, gather the data, do the analysis, apply the appropriate AR machine learning algorithm or algorithms, and produce a set of answers in the form of a presentation that you would normally see from a business analyst that you'd be very comfortable reading through and understanding and telling the story about what's happening in your business. And again, orders of magnitude faster than a human can do today. So you'll need, as you go down this path in this journey for yourselves and for your own companies, you'll want to be looking for these routine analysis, things that are done fairly regularly. You'll hear they typically have names like weekly store analysis or monthly supplier analysis or the financial deep dive. But automating these routine analysis and at zero latency, basically it taking no time at all, is really going to activate the human's ability to go figure out, okay, now what do we need to do to go take advantage of that information and go drive growth? These technologies also don't rely on you necessarily having to ask the question. So why not have the system sort of ask the question of itself, right? And produce meaningful insights directed to the people that can act on them and that care about them, that'll help them more proactively drive the business. Sounds great, right? However, Gartner is still saying that through 2022, only 20% of analytics insights will deliver business outcomes. So some lessons that we've learned, we've been doing this for 7 years now, about how to do this effectively and help you sort of avoid just that only 20%. Here's how you avoid the 80% and to be in that 20% where you are delivering to business outcomes. And so what happens is you'll normally talk to people and they'll say, well, we're building a data lake or we're building this big data warehouse and so on. And traditionally, that's been a pretty normal approach, just to start with this, all right, what's all the data we need? And then put a tool on top of it to provide that output to business users, be it dashboards, traditional dashboards like a Power BI or something like that, which is fine if you're sort of starting with not much, right? If that's really, you're enabling dashboards for the first time, this is a fine approach. But what we're finding is, as you want to move forward into a machine learning and an AI approach, you really need to hone your focus on the business outcomes you're trying to deliver. And so this is increasingly important, and this will help you really achieve success with these technologies and start with, are we trying to reduce churn? Are we trying to grow the brand? Are we trying to, innovate and so on? and understand our innovation relative to competition. And what are the insights that we need to sort of drive that business outcome? And what is the process that you would need to go through to take that data and turn it into insights? And then finally, then what is the data required? Because what ends up happening is if you go the other way, very often, I can't tell you how many times I've seen these, I think I call them the data lake to nowhere, where you end up with this data lake, but then the business still ends up simply extracting the data to go through that manual process, because not everything they need is in this environment to support that business outcome and that analysis. But if you start with that business outcome and go this way, you're insured to have the data required to support that entire process and avoid that convoluted manual process that we talked about earlier. So as you look at your organization, you start to prioritize opportunities for automation around analytics. Come up with that list of business outcomes and related questions, and then look at, what's your ability to activate that? Do I have all the data? Do we know the analysis that we need to do on it? And then what's the potential impact on the business? Because you want to wind up obviously in that place where, it's going to have a high potential to impact the business, and two, we have a high ability to activate that as an organization. Those are going to be the projects obviously that will really sort of move the needle. So a few examples of folks that we've been working with to basically help them leverage augmented analytics to advance their business outcomes. One is a $27 billion snacks company. They were really interested in just understanding more about these post-COVID stimulus packages. What was that going to do to demand? And not just as overall as a company, but in particular retailers or in particular geographies or particular products. And that more accurate demand forecasting is positioning them well to understand where do they need to invest and sort of spend their time with various retailers and geographies and products and so on to maximize growth. Another is a $20 billion consumer staples company. And their challenge is they just have armies of folks that are spending enormous time trying to figure out what are the growth, what is contributing to growth, what's hurting growth, and where are pockets of opportunity. And so our ability to automate that has really helped them focus much more on executing their growth strategies than spending their time climbing through data. And then finally, a $9 billion consumer beauty company. They have a huge number of SKUs. Obviously, this industry has really been hurt by COVID. So it's been increasingly important for them to understand, what are our star products that we need to invest in? And what are the products that are maybe just lagging behind that we should maybe cut our losses on and move on and really optimize our product portfolio? So just to wrap it all up, look, we all know this, the world has drastically changed. I can't remember, anything in my lifetime where everybody in the world was sort of experiencing the same thing at the same time. So massive change. In response, we've had to go much faster than we thought we would around our digital transformation by 20 plus X. And that speed of decision making is increasingly a key competitive advantage, especially when so much is changing. And our ability to react to that and take advantage of opportunities and sort of cut our losses in places where those are not winners for us is just really even more critical today. And augmented analytics can really help the human decision making process. But to really maximize your chances of success, I would encourage you start with that business outcome. Don't just start with a data lake. You don't want to end up with sort of the data lake to nowhere. It does require this reorientation around really being very specific around those business outcomes you're trying to drive and applying the technology to achieve that business outcome. So that's all I have today. There's my email. If anybody wants to reach out, feel free. And I believe there's a Q&A session later, and I hope to see some of you there. Thanks.
Big thanks to Pete there for his presentation, and we're now going to be joined by Pete for the Q&A session. I can see Pete just about to come through there, so hopefully we'll kick that off soon. If you do have questions, as I've mentioned a few times, and do apologise for the repetitive nature of my hosting today, but people obviously coming in and out of the platform throughout the day. So just want to reiterate, if you do have questions, pop them in the chat, and we can get those to the speaker. Welcome, Pete. I can see you. I'm going to start with the classic question of can you hear me okay and see me okay?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Well, thanks for your presentation, Pete. Great overview. I think we might have lost you there. I think you're reconnecting. just bear with us while we get Pete through here. Should be a few minutes. Pete, we did have you, but I think you dropped for a while, so we'll just give it a few seconds and wait for you to come back through. Pete, I'm not sure if you're having an issue there, but I can see you're through there, but can't actually see or hear you. Best way to troubleshoot maybe is to exit and follow the link back in, and then hopefully we can get the Q&A session underway. Just to while we do wait for Pete to do that, just a few more announcements, and for those that have joined us since my welcome notes this morning, just a bit of brief background. We've got several presentations and interviews coming up throughout the day. If you're on the Beyond Business Buzzwords page, you will be able to see the agenda. The agenda is unchanged, so that's the most accurate way of determining what's next. And times, the times are all in Eastern Standard Time, so wherever you are watching in the world, just plug that one into Google and you'll get the time. That's New York time zone. Pete, I can see you're there now. Can you hear me?
Hey, sorry about that. I was trying to change my camera. That didn't go so well, so I apologize.
No worries. Well, good to have you with us, and thanks so much for the presentation. It was really great to hear from you and to hear from your narrative. And we've got a few questions here that we perhaps can get going with.
Fantastic.
Good stuff. So I think a lot of people will be asking the question of, getting started with AI-based analytics. So how would you kind of recommend an organization or someone heading up that part of the organization to get started and get their head around kind of AI-based analytics?
Yeah. And I alluded to this to some degree in the presentation, but I would say don't approach it sort of in the traditional, I got a big data lake, and I, in the traditional manner of sort of maybe putting a dashboard on top of data. It requires much more focus on that business outcome, as I mentioned. And so my advice would be start with as simple a question as you possibly can. Hey, what's the impact that I think I mentioned? What's the impact of the COVID stimulus package is going to be on my, on the organization and so on. The more focus you can bring to that, the easier it is, I think, going to be get a handle on the process required, the data required, and solve that problem. And I'm talking about in weeks being able to start solving this problem, as opposed to the months that it could take if you're trying to stand up a huge data warehouse and so on. So I would definitely start with small, focused, important sets of questions that really have a big impact on the business. And the more focused you can be, I can't tell you, literally, orders of magnitude impact on your ability to deliver something quickly, and in many cases, the impact of that project. Yeah.
Nice, good answer. And then the biggest hurdles and challenges to an organization that wants to go down the road of adoption and bring it in.
These are all sort of going to sound pretty related, because they are. I think, first of all, there's a mindset and a paradigm that exists around just dashboards, and so people sort of tend to sort of lean back on those things that are sort of comfortable to them, and sort of moving away from this broad, tool. Not that the tools can't do that, by the way, but it's something to sort of build towards as opposed to sort of start from. So really is important to start on those very focused questions and not confuse. I think one of the things I've seen happen is then people get confused if you try to do too much at once. They get confused about, well, when should I go to a traditional dashboard versus, when would I go to a different, use a different tool like this? And getting people used to the idea that it solves a different set of problems. It solves not an information problem or a what problem, right? It starts to answer a why problem, right? Or a why question, or what do I do next sort of question. And it's sort of a little bit of a different mindset, getting people used to the idea that here's sort of the path that I go on for these kinds of things. Here's how I leverage that technology. Here's how it fits into my workflow. Like we see that a lot, where people try too hard to replace, entire workflows and entire analysis processes all at once, when sometimes it's just easier for the user to just get a handle on a piece or two that might save them a week here or a week there, and sort of build towards, automating a full analysis process for a category or brand or something like that.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a good answer. And just quickly with that, as people kind of do take on that change, it's an organizational thing. How do people kind of collectively get on board with taking it into the organization and understanding it and making it part of their everyday approach to work?
Sure. Well, it's a lot like other sort of change initiatives in a company. If you just sort of put something out there, but people don't understand what it is, why would I start using this, what's in it for me, sort of thing. It is still important, those truths around how to manage change, especially in a big organization. They don't go away. In fact, I'd say they're even more important now. Because people are very close to these processes. They're close to their spreadsheets. They're close to their data, and there is a process for sort of bringing people into that, helping them understand. Yep, the data is there. You can sort of trust it. The process is transparent. So because people's jobs are they're relying on this correct information and presenting the information properly, and so you really got to work closely with them so they understand how these things are being built. And so that they can start to really trust it, to then sort of let go. It's like the self-driving thing. If you're in a Tesla, the first time you sort of let go of the wheel, it's a little weird, right? And so there's a little bit of that, right? And sort of bringing people along and getting them comfortable with that is absolutely critical.
Yeah, nice answer. And then what's the key difference between traditional business intelligence like dashboards and augmented analytics?
Yeah, I would say, the traditional dashboards are great. They're very good at answering sort of some basic what questions, what were sales, or what was sales growth, or something like that. And what you're increasingly able to do with these solutions is really answer the why questions, and even answer the, what's next, where are we headed, sorts of questions. And they're potentially much more impactful to the business. And frankly, they're automating a lot of the things that people actually do with dashboards. I think I mentioned in the presentation, when you ask people what they do with dashboards, very often they're like, oh, the first thing I do is I download a bunch of data and I put it into my spreadsheets and I go through my process. And so there's tremendous power in automating that process from top to bottom, as opposed to, just providing people a snapshot of sort of what happened. Start to really tell them, here's what, not only what happened, but here's why it happened. And maybe here's what to do next. And that's really the power of these technologies.
Nice. And then over the course of the pandemic, have you kind of seen your customers' needs changing and evolving differently to kind of what you'd expect to see?
I don't know about different, I don't know what to expect in a pandemic. I don't know about, but it was really interesting. We do a lot in the consumer goods space. And so it really just became more and more critical for our customers to understand what was happening, because the amount of change that was happening was just enormous, right? And is this just pantry stocking, or is this a more permanent thing for us, and really dependent on the business? Some were doing really well, like especially the food companies were doing great. The cosmetics companies were really struggling. But because you had sort of this great, divergence, I guess, it actually increased a lot of activity for us, because of the amount of change. Everybody had questions. Either how do I capitalize on growth, or how do I recover? So really a lot more interest and focus on data and analytics. And because there's so much more data and so much more change, increasingly people are looking for these kinds of technologies to just help them get the answers about why things are happening and what they should be doing next.
Nice. And finally, to wrap up, what would you say to kind of anyone toying with the idea of bringing something like this on board?
Yeah, I think it would be a lot of the things that I sort of echoed in the presentation, which is don't try to come at it with the old mindset. Come at it with a very focused, highly important problem. And what we've seen is we'll start with literally one of those questions, say, the impact on COVID stimulus on my company. That quickly gets traction, and then you'll start to see the business start to pull it, right? As opposed to you trying to push this big thing, on the business, which I've seen people do. Starting with something small that has a high impact, and you'll be made. We went in this one project. I think we went from one project in November to, I think we're up to 5 or 6 right now, because the business is seeing this and the business is pulling as opposed to the technology folks pushing.
Nice. Well, Pete, that's all we've got time for. Thanks so much for joining us and for answering those questions. A great presentation, and it's been a pleasure to understand a bit more about Answer Rocket and hear from you.
Great to be here. Thanks a lot.
All right. Cheers, Pete. Take care now and enjoy the rest of your day.
Take care. You too. Bye-bye.
So a great presentation there from Pete Riley. Pete is Senior Vice President and Co-founder at Answer Rocket. If you've got any kind of follow-up questions, there are contact details in the live text feed, which is below the stream. So big thanks to Pete there. We're going to be moving on to our next presentation, and we're going to be with Tasktop for a presentation from Paninia, Senior Flow Advisor, who will be talking value stream management. Tasktop's value stream management platform plugs into your existing tool chain to highlight bottlenecks, connect IT with business goals, and automate the flow of work. Within days, you can start making better decisions about your IT investments and reduce time to market. So we're going to hear a bit more about value stream management now from Paninia. So over to her presentation right away. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome. My name is Paninia Mas Rangsan, and I'm a Senior Flow Advisor at Tasktop. I am based in Columbus, Ohio, in the United States. So today we'll be talking about proving your transformation ROI with VSM. Let's get started. So a lot of organizations today have gone through major transformations. On average, they go through 5 major transformations in the last 3 years. That's a lot, right? However, the success rate is not as great. Only 34% report successful organizational transformation implementations. And maybe even more worrisome is that half of them reported clear failure. So what happened? Some of them said that it's because of unrealistic goals. Are you setting yourselves up for failure to begin with? Is it doable? And maybe even after you have started your progress of transformation, the progress is very hard to track. That is one of the very common pitfalls, that during the transformation progress, you don't know where you are, or even if you are moving in the right directions at all. So what ends up happening is having multiple conflicting local changes instead of one unifying change. A lot of companies don't have long-term plans of support from top down, and you end up having competing priorities, unplanned events, and constant need to fight fire. Maybe it's all of the production incidents that you have to deal with. And when you are comparing those to the long-term transformation, a lot of times teams are picking the production incidents to deal with first. So in this presentation, I'll show you that there is a better way. And that better way, an option of it, is value stream management. Value stream management is a relatively new practice as defined by Forrester as following. It's a combination of people, process, and technology that maps, optimizes, visualizes, and governs business value flow, including epics, stories, work items, through the heterogeneous enterprise software delivery pipelines. And saying it more simply, it is the series of tasks that an organization has to complete in order to deliver value to the customer. So as you can see down here, you see the gray bar that is labeled agile. That is something that a lot of organizations today are familiar with already, but it's only focusing on mostly the creation of the software. Then comes DevOps, extends past the agile phase, the creation, into release and operate. Now, value stream management, or the gray bar there, spans across both agile and DevOps, and even further. So it extends and covers everything end to end of the delivery pipeline, from ideate, create, release to operate. And not only that, it is an end-to-end approach, it's also iterative. So you want to keep going on this cycle of assessing your current state, experimenting, analyzing your data, and then making adjustments. And then you will want to go back and start by analyzing your new current state, and so on. So let's dive into each of these states. First, for assessing your current state, you want to determine where you are and where you want to be before you start your journey. So one of the things that my dad taught me as a kid was how to give directions. And this was before smartphones and even cell phones become prevalent. So the scenario was, if someone calls your landline at home, what would you say to them first? If they're asking for directions to come to your house. So at first I thought, well, maybe I will describe my house and say, the fence is blue and I have 2 trees in front of my house. But then my dad said, well, before all that, you have to ask them, well, where are you? So that you can give them the appropriate direction for them to get to your house. And it's the same thing with IT transformation. You have to know where you start. And how you know that with technology is using metrics and measurements. You can use revenue generated, budget, and actual spending from the financial point of view or planning point of view. You can use a more technical measurement like deployment frequency or application stability. How often are your applications available to end customers? Or you can use a more Scrum's lens like story points per sprint to see how much you are delivering, or from the quality point of view with number of defects. Now, when you're using these, they're not bad, but you have to keep in mind that if you're using something that are proxy metrics that are usually easier to measure, but don't tell the whole story, they're usually pitfalls that come with it. They're not the whole picture. They don't tell you what you think they're telling you, and they can create wrong incentives. So for example, if you are thinking about call centers, sometimes they are incentivized to shorten their length of calls. So what happens is that these representatives are more incentivized to sometimes hang up on the customers if the calls are not going anywhere. That's not a good experience for the customers, right? And maybe for hospitals, one of the key measurements is the mortality rate. And you might think that that is a good thing to know that patients are survive the treatments after they stay at the hospital. However, that means that hospitals are more likely to turn away difficult cases, and you don't want that as a patient. And then in terms of technical environment, it's lines of code. You can very easily see that if developers are copying and pasting lines of codes, that's not really adding any value to the business at all. Now, using proxy metrics means that leaders are leading while blindfolded. You have multiple specialized tools and silos without end-to-end view. You might have, Jira and Salesforce and ServiceNow and so many more, but then you don't have anything that gives you the entire view. So what you end up doing is relying on your gut feelings instead, or maybe even localizing your optimization that is not most beneficial to the customer. That is not great, right? You want to make sure that your ROI of investing is making the most impact. So here's a good quote to illustrate that even more. Measuring only one area of value stream is like only using 2 inches of a 12-inch ruler. So here is a suggested alternative, flow metrics. This is a flow framework version of an end-to-end customer-oriented view of a product value stream. These metrics are flow velocity, flow efficiency, flow time, flow load, and flow distribution. And let's go into each of them now. Flow velocity answers the question of, is value delivering accelerating? It measures the number of flow items delivered in a set duration. And as you can see from the right-hand side, that's a screenshot from our TaskTop Viz product. It is the number of items delivered over time from October of last year through January. And it's divided into different work types like feature, defect, debt, and risk, as you can see by the colors. So here you can see whether your delivery is consistent, if it's going up or down, or if there are a lot of peaks and valleys. Another metric that we have here is flow efficiency. And this is answering the question of, is waste decreasing in our processes? It's a ratio of active versus wait time and delivery from the work item point of view. A lot of times you can see that people are very busy in your organization. However, from the work item point of view, they are waiting for someone to pick it up for approval or so on. And this is a measure that is most closely related to what the customer is experiencing or care about. So we want to measure it from their point of view. Flow time is the time to market measurement. It's the duration of time that it takes to deliver a flow item. This is a good way to check between perception versus reality because it's end to end, which usually organizations don't have this data. And again, you want to see whether or not you're delivering consistently. Flow load is work in progress. So it is a good leading indicator because this is where you usually see the first warning sign of something going wrong. If you have too much WIP building up, it often leads to trouble, like having cognitive overload and context switching, which in turn also impact the quality and decreasing team morale. And if you have a lot of things that are in the pipeline or in flight, and some things are getting fast-tracked and some other things getting put on hold, it's hard to predict delivery time. And that means that you're missing your ETAs or your promises with your customers are getting broken. So that means that customers are not happy and it's a loss of customer trust. It's also difficult to strategically plan work long-term if you can't really know or predict what your time to value is. And lastly, you have flow distribution, which is the measurement of types of work that are getting done. And by the colors that you can see in the bar chart on the right-hand side, it is divided into feature, defect, debt, and risk. And it depends on the context, the product maturity, and strategy to see what your goal should be. So if your product value stream is newer, you should have a lot more feature that you are trying to deliver before your launch date. But if your product has been around for a while, you do want to work on more debt and more defect, for example. Now that you have some good idea about your current state, you want to start experimenting. You work with the team to produce some hypotheses on where the work is getting stuck and what changes can be made to go faster. So an important message here is that you can only go as fast as the slowest spot or the bottlenecks. And speeding up other steps will not result in improvement of overall delivery time. So for example, during the holiday season and Valentine's Day holidays, around here, a lot of candy shops are running out of this candy called hot chocolate bomb. And all of their websites are showing out of stock. So if you are a store owner, what would you do to speed up your delivery process and deliver your product to more customers? If you were to improve your website because you think that that is where out of stock is showing up, then that would not improve anything at all because that's not where your bottleneck is. And it's the same thing with your delivery process in IT. If you're adding developers, it will not solve problems that are caused elsewhere, such as testing bottleneck, not enough ready for dev work, dependencies with external teams, or release approval cycles, frequent priority changes, for example. So there is no silver bullet that you can just add developers to solve everything. But even today, you probably already have good guesses on where your bottlenecks are. but can you confirm it with data? Here are some ways that you can confirm. So one way that we do with Viz is this functionality called Find Bottlenecks. It's a visualization of the states where artifacts are piling up and where they are spending the most time. So here, the x-axis is the duration and the y-axis is the number of items sitting in that state. So you can see the top right-hand corner, there are 2 dots there, and they represent a lot of items sitting for a long time in those states. And if you look down in the table, you can see that there are user stories sitting in the backlog. So now that's a good starting point for you to dig down to see what is going on there. Perhaps it's prioritization. Perhaps it's something to do with the development team not picking up all these work, in the backlog. The second thing that you also want to pay attention to is neglected WIP. It's the measurement of how stale the work in the pipeline is. And again, to the right-hand side is a screenshot from Viz of how we show how stale the work is, by the gauge there. But you want to keep an eye on that because having outdated requests, work getting put on hold after it started, shifting priority, are all signs of problems in the value stream. And measuring the amount of neglected WIP also is a direct measurement or sign of your ability to adapt to business ever-changing demands, because of course they do change and you want to be as agile as possible to respond. Now that you have a target bottleneck selected, it's time to experiment. Let's start a continuous improvement activity here. And once that activity has been completed, you want to analyze the data. You can compare your data against the baseline with whatever metrics you use, flow metrics or otherwise, and see if they confirm your hypotheses. Does it confirm it? If so, that's great. Now you have a good data to confirm your gut feelings. If not, that's also great. You learn something new. That's a valuable data point as well. As stated here by Thomas Edison, I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. Hopefully you don't have to try that many times to figure out your bottleneck, but the spirit is there. Now you want to adjust and take action based on the results of your analysis. You want to always document and communicate your findings and lessons learned, regardless of what your results were. And then incorporate positive changes into standard procedure so that in the future, you can continue to reap the benefits of those good practices. And then most important of all, you want to always celebrate and share success stories so that you build a growth mindset and a culture that supports continuous improvement. Now you have gone through one round of the iterative cycle. It is a step towards a successful transformation, even though it's not the one time that you have to do this. You are taking one step towards your goal, then you have to do it again and again and again. And I promise you that you will find unexpected roadblocks. So you have to expect to change and adjust. You should, in all of your process of your journey, look at the big picture through value stream management lens. Look at the end-to-end perspective and from the customer point of view and measure what matters. Be careful of proxy metrics, keep using good metrics that are end-to-end and customer focused, like flow metrics, for example. And you should continue to learn, test, adapt, and grow. And with all that, you'll be ready to handle any business and technical terrain changes that may come your way. This is a nice quote to sum it all up. You keep putting one foot in front of the other, and then one day you look back and you have climbed a mountain. It might not look like much today or next week, but one day your transformation will be a great success. And lastly, here's what I want to leave you with. I hope you find today to be valuable. And if you want to find out more about value stream management and flow metrics, you can go to the Flow Institute, where you can find more on-demand courses, interactive workshops, and executive roundtables. And with that, I would like to thank you for joining me today and hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
So that was Peninya, Senior Flow Advisor from TaskTop with us. I can see Peninya is and her team are within the event chat as well. So if you do have any questions for her and the team, do put those forward within the chat. They've also got a Zoom link there for the networking breaks if you did want to go in and ask any specific questions. So a big thank you to Peninya there from TaskTop. We're now going to be joined by Eric Barber, who is Head of Strategy and Transformation from Samsung. We're going to be having a fireside chat here with Eric and exploring a bit more about the business side of digital transformation and digital strategy. And with that, hopefully Eric will be connecting with us. I can see him backstage, so just a few moments until we have Eric with us. As I've mentioned numerous times, do put questions over in that chat if you have anything for Eric as we move along. I've got a lot of questions to ask him, but obviously welcome the audience to add what they would like to discuss as well. It's Eric's job to work on identifying new growth opportunities and outlining competitive responses for Samsung in North America. I'm going to be talking about a range of topics falling within digital transformation and strategy, and also discussing the state of play with regards to ways of working and pandemic response. So we're just going to wait for Eric to come through now. Hopefully he'll be joining us any moment now. So we'll just hang on for Eric for a few seconds while he connects. Just while we do, oh, hang on, Eric. I think I can see you coming through now. Just bear with us a few moments. I was going to have some awkward time filling there, but looks like Eric might be through at any moment now. Just quickly, while that connection does finalise, what I will say is after this fireside chat is we've got a short break, and then we've got a couple more presentations and another fireside chat. And then another session break followed by a panel session and a couple of presentations this afternoon. If you do need to go back and watch anything and you miss something, you can obviously pause and go back and watch it in your own time as well. Eric, I think, is just having a few difficulties there. While he connects, hopefully he'll be in a moment. We've done all the appropriate tech tests, so hopefully he'll be with us soon. Eric, if you are having some difficulties, perhaps recommend just closing the window and coming back through again. That helps sometimes if there's some technical glitch in there. So I think Eric's just going to leave and come back, which gives me some time to talk through things a little bit more as well. Just going back to what I've mentioned a few times through that chat function, you can use that for Q&A and put those forward to the speakers during the fireside chat. And for the presentations, most speakers will be joining afterwards for that Q&A session. And we've obviously hopefully got Eric with us here now for the chat. And we've got Melissa from Bayer a little later on for a fireside chat as well. I can see Eric connecting again, and I can actually see his face this time. Eric, welcome.
Great to be here. The old reboot worked well. So,
it's the age-old technology restart, right? It doesn't have to be always be complicated.
That's it's part of the whole digital transformation piece. You know, how we get better and more seamless at this. Yeah, so it's good to be here. Sorry for the little bit of delay.
No worries at all. As explained in my welcome notes, such as kind of online events, they're not the smoothest operation. And although we've been here for 12 months, you know, a lot of the software doesn't improve, and we all have to face these Zoom issues and conferencing issues. But it's good to have you with us, and I'm excited to talk to you.
Likewise, good to be here.
Good stuff. Right, Eric. Well, I think a good place to start, and often where I do start with these chats and panel discussions, is to kind of ascertain your definition of digital transformation. Obviously, everyone has their own definition of it. What does it mean to you?
Sure. Yeah, for me, it's centered around, ensuring we have the right, digital tools and assets to, one, drive sales, support our customers and increase operational efficiencies. Most businesses these days are on a journey to get there. And most of these tools or automations are sort of digital in nature, hence the term digital transformation. But, I would say this is not a new concept for our business. We're not going through a full-blown transformation. We've been on this journey for a while. Mm-hmm. And I think for many, this has been more top of mind, especially in light of current, market conditions. Yeah. But as a consumer, technology company, it's more of a continuous adaptation. How can we continue to be better or faster at solving needs for our customers, or enabling, new capabilities to drive our objectives? So that's how I think about what it means.
Nice, that's a good definition. And obviously you sit more on the business side of things, so less and less of the technicalities and more kind of the business value for transformation and strategy. And as you say, it's more about evolution versus A/B transformation, right?
Right.
Good stuff. And then with the pandemic forcing many different organizations and industries to tackle new ways of working, new approaches, and certainly new operations, especially within kind of digital technology areas, what, in your opinion, should organizations at the moment be looking at with respect to either digital or technology transformation?
Right. Yeah. So I guess at the end of the day, you have your shareholders for some, you have your end consumers, and you have your employees, right? And I think the first thing is to ensure that your own staff are operating efficiently and effectively in the face of this change, so that they can kind of successfully, service, sell, manage your customers or consumers. So for me, it's an employees first, in my opinion. And frankly, we've heard a lot, mainly positive, about companies that did take care of and quickly enable their people.
Mm-hmm. Nice. And then with remote work, obviously we've heard so much about remote work at many conferences as well, and within the media, a lot of people speculating about new ways of working and approaching remote work. What is the current expectation on business leaders like yourself leading transformation during the pandemic, and for those not already kind of looking forward to implementing further tools and tech, is the pressure on?
Yeah, no, I mean, pressure was on initially, right away, so the business didn't halt, right? So those who were, again, employee first got some good press and reduced disruption, but in general, they have to do this to survive, because I'm pretty sure not everything is going back to normal. So there's a strong need to figure out how to work from home. And, personally, I'm convinced that if we do it, we will be better for it. Yeah. While my team misses some of the, let's say, whiteboarding sessions and certain elements of the office, I think the pros have outweighed the cons. Yeah. We've been, crazy productive once we adapted to working from home. The number of meetings we could take on balance with, the ability to create thinking space, assuming you're not working from your kid's bedroom, has supercharged output of certain teams. And I think for us, it really helped to contribute to our strong performance.
Sure. And with that then, do you think as we kind of move forward, and certainly beyond the pandemic into 2022, 2023, do you reckon that this approach to work will be more of the kind of, I hate to say it, the new normal?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it'll be exactly this way. Yeah. But I do believe that there's going to be some sort of hybrid. If you, Wall Street Journal, a number of places have published articles around people rethinking their office space to optimize. If you think about this new normal, do you have the office being that go-to place for groups to, brainstorm or do workshop together? Sure. And home is something else. And how do you think about, if half your team is one place versus another, versus time, time allotments week by week or certain days. So I would say, I don't want to speak to our company specifically, but I think most companies are thinking about how to redesign their offices or their work situations for this normal, because we come out of this with a set of change, and I think most people will come out better for having adapted to this.
Sure. We've had a question come in that's kind of relevant to this point as well, and that's how high on the agenda is kind of your digital workplace strategy. And I guess that's probably in reference to things like communication, collaboration tools, and things like that moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely top of mind. I mean, right off the bat, these changes happen, and I think that you can wait and see what's going to come out of this. But for us, and I believe companies that have successfully navigated this, they've pulled everyone together, pivoted quick. What is it that we need to solve for, and how are we going to do it? Mm-hmm. Right, your typical approach. And so certainly some of the tools and trying to improve our productivity of our workers has been top of mind, because it trickles down. Yeah. Right, it trickles to our customers and our consumers. So and our people are our champions, our own employees. So yeah, for us, it's definitely been a top initiative.
Sure. And then moving further into kind of the connections within the business, particularly between the business side and the IT side. We often read about big disconnects between this part of the organization, where the business are obviously focused on the numbers and IT just want to get the job done. Just how integral is it for organizations to be working closer and making sure this disconnect isn't so apparent?
Right. I mean, it's critical, right? But it's also clear, like, these two groups, speak slightly different languages at times. And yeah. I believe it's important to be closely tied. I believe first and foremost, the business needs to be transparent on what they need, and specifically the what, not the how. And then the IT departments can then elaborate, more as to what is possible and build from there. And it creates a nice dialogue. And I know our IT teams have come to the table with many interesting solutions once we outlined what was the most pressing thing to fix or need that we wanted to, let's say, enable was. But I'm doubtful a company will be in a better place if one group kind of fully dictates this conversation and dominates it.
Sure. And have you kind of got any tips or insights for any organization that might be kind of experiencing that disconnect to kind of harmonize better and bring that together in a way?
Oof, yeah. Well, I think you want to talk each other's languages, right? So I think that's the first and foremost. So, I know offline we had talked about a few things around, making a case for change and whatnot. And I think this question kind of leads well into that question. So, if you want to make sure everyone's on the same page, talk the same numbers, let's say IT department sees something, they're like, man, we need to do this. This is crazy. How would you do it? You create a business case. How would you do it? You would show a CFO an increase in sales, conversion rate, yields, reductions in costs and times, maybe sprinkle in some risks, the risk of inaction on something that will likely become a new standard or best in class practice, have benchmarks and data that prove this out. The business case part is so important. Because if it's done right, it can easily gather champions and get people on the same page, speaking the same language. And I think outlining something that the other party wants, and this can go both ways, but, and then show them how you have identified this way, let's say likely through digital transformation, to stay on theme, to get. So it kind of, like what I'm saying, follows the standard consultant storytelling framework, situation, complication, resolution. But I think if we sell it in that way, it's very clear, and both parties can sort of speak that language appropriately.
No, that's really good answer, Eric. Thanks. And then looking towards kind of emerging technology, people and leaders and workforces often get quite excited by shiny new tech and implementing that within the business, and often without a huge amount of understanding of how that technology is actually going to benefit the business overall. Have you got any kind of examples of these emerging technologies, so to speak, that have been useful to you over the last 12 months or even before the pandemic, 2 years, and seen real business use and success?
All right, I'll see if this answer might not be as exciting as you want it, Chris, but working in, let's say, a premier technology company, we look at so many things down the road. And when I worked in our headquarters in Korea, I spent almost 5 years there. I used to love working on future tech, and I felt our teams there were at the forefront of this. But more and more in my current role, I think about what do we need right now, and the reality is, we can have all these technologies, but like we're in a pandemic now. Like, what are we going to do now? For me, I think that reality has been, that reality is telepresence. And that's not just, WebEx versus Zoom discussion, albeit, that's important. But, we saw it earlier when I logged in, everything it takes to support it. Now, our whole org is now signing in to a VPN. Handle that? Is there a cap on people? Are there performance issues when all of a sudden you completely make a shift like that? In the beginning, we had a bunch of these problems, as I'm sure many people on here had, and luckily our teams were fantastic in addressing them. But I'm going to keep tying this through. Like it's also really easy to make a business case for these, right? So I just want to keep the example going. I'll take something super small, as small as you can go. We just talked VPNs. Signing into VPN was, kind of a pain. They streamlined that, and beyond the mental health benefit of fixing these things, you can gain, real productivity. Fine, save 2 to 3 minutes a day, 200 days a year, a few thousand employees times a salary, and you start to create something that's substantial enough to make a case. But there have been other things, utilizing shared digital workspaces or tools like Miro, et cetera, but that we've used. But I don't think it's been the crazy future tech that's helped us. I think the bigger thing was accelerating the usage and, more importantly, level of comfort with many of the existing digital productivity tools that exist now.
No, that's a really good answer, and I'm glad you said it. I remember when we kind of were discussing the content of this conversation last week, you were saying about focusing on the now, and it's the future is as important. It's about what the organization can handle and what they can operate with now. So a really good answer, and it's obviously more of an honest answer. I think a lot of people like bloating up the figures with regards to emerging tech and future tech and bringing that on board, but it's also important to be real, especially during a pandemic on the actual use case of things. So good answer. And then going more to your role, obviously you're involved in a lot of strategy, of which organizations have had a lot of change, I guess, with strategy over the course of the pandemic, and a lot of strategies and operating models and business models have had to massively kind of change to adapt to the pandemic and how customers are behaving and how employees are behaving, both the inside and the outside of the organization. How often have you revisited kind of your strategy and model during the pandemic, and is that constantly evolving?
Yeah. I guess ask yourself this: did commerce change? Are you transacting differently? Is there something you or your customers need much more of or much less of? If the answer is yes to any of those, then absolutely you have to revisit these things, right? So, I'll give an example. We have field sales managers who are experts on our products. They are our boots on the ground, training staff in stores, being present in events. Well, then the stores are closed. Then the events are shut down. And you can imagine what would happen when this change happens. Well, our call volume and our .com volume, surged. So thinking about how to reposition people was critical, but it also comes with how you equip them to be successful in that space too. You know, what tools do they need? How do you, and then it becomes, okay, you gave them the tools. Like, how do you think about, you know, routing traffic now that you have, you know, you can engage these experts digitally or whatever it is, you know? So I think the thinking can kind of perpetuate from there, right? But, you know, there is a stress in not redesigning for every little blip. That's the flip side. And how you know if something is, you know, temporary or going to surge into something bigger. How do you know? Well, that's tough to say, and that's what some execs and teams are paid for understanding and identifying. But yes, I think companies that want to remain successful in rapidly changing times cannot just remain in a status quo org or operating model. I'm convinced they will not emerge better on the whole.
Nice, that's a really good answer. And then going back to, we kind of covered it in an earlier question about putting forward a case of technology implementation to senior leadership and what, you know, leaders need to consider when doing so and where they can expect resistance. You ticked off a few things in an earlier answer, but I wondered if there were more things that need to be taken into consideration when, you know, trying to, you know, approach change from a senior leader kind of perspective.
Yeah. Again, I do think the biggest thing is to pick a language that everyone speaks, and I think it's tied to whatever your objectives are. I mean, most are like increase sales. You know, it's a common one. So how are you going to do that or enable that? And again, I think it comes back to what we talked about, creating business cases that show exactly that, and showing the math and kind of walking them through in this way. I feel like it's kind of it sounds very cookie cutter, but it's, you know, there's a reason we have this process, and it's typically worked for most companies. So end of the day, pick your objective, you know, and then just kind of walk through, you know, situation, complication, resolution. How are you going to get there? What do you need? What's on the table if you can achieve it? You know, time constraints, whatnot. Think it through holistically. But, you know, end of the day, most advice I'd have for people is, you know, don't just sit on these things. I mean, you got to shoot the right shot. You know, you only got so many of those. But I do think there's a lot of people that have great ideas, and I believe some of the senior leaders wish they heard more from these folks. So, you know, work with people to make sure you design a good case, and I think most people will listen.
Sure. And what kind of place do things like innovation hubs and incubators within organizations and large enterprises, how do they work, and how do they fit into that kind of approaching those different changes?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think the reason you sometimes create these teams is because maybe you have this huge org that works a certain way, and like you need to move fast or pivot or break some sort of processes, and the easiest way to do it is almost to pull a team out that doesn't have to operate under all the same rules in order to move faster. And I think that's typically, as I see it, one of the key reasons to do it. And then once you've broken them out, you can sort of test many things. You can test you're cutting some of the red tape, you know, or whatever, but you're also maybe testing different comp models and a whole bunch of different operating ways. You know, maybe they don't have to launch through the traditional channels. You know, you could think about using these teams in very unique ways, and I think that's mostly why people do it, is to pilot test, but also create a faster way to get to certain answers. At least that's what I think of when I think of like an incubator.
Yeah, no, that's a good answer. And with that as well, you going back to the re-strategizing question, we mentioned that, you know, it has to be revisited, it has to change during that pandemic. And I guess a lot of the red tape and bureaucracy has been cut out anyway during the last 12 months because organizations have had to move quicker, adopt things quicker and things like that. Has that been the case that you kind of experienced, that less bureaucracy and moving a bit more agile and quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I don't know that it's like so much that like we have tons of bureaucracy and that needed to all stop.
Yeah.
I do think there was an element of, we're always thinking about what are our priorities, and you want to be very clear on what the big things you're trying to solve are. And so, we've entered new variables into the equation, right? So, in the face of these new variables, like maybe you had a 5-year plan, right? And, you started a couple of years ago, well, then 2020 happens. And you have political unrest, social unrest, COVID-19, you have all these things that have been major change factors. And then you say, okay, well, in face of this, do we have the right strategy going forward? You don't want to just change, but you also don't want to have blinders on either, right? So you need to revisit these things. I would say it's not about just bureaucracy or whatever in that sense. I would say it was merely a refocus of energy and attention to certain things that would help us to capitalize and or not put us at risk in the current environment.
Yeah, nice answer. I had a question come in from the audience, and then hopefully you might be able to answer it. Could you elaborate on a few of the specific transformation projects that Samsung is working on or looking to do so over the next 12 months? So any kind of big change coming your way or anything like that?
Yeah, to the extent I can say, I would say, all right, how has business evolved, right? So let's say, what have you seen? You've seen like much more sales on, I think this is going to be, this is the answer for me, but like, I think this is going to be an answer for many that are doing this successfully. Okay, well, where are these shifts happening? And what are the capabilities necessary to enable these, let's say it's new channels. I mean, you could pick anything. So if, right now you're seeing a lot more online direct to consumer. That boomed, right? So do you have all the right tools and capabilities to enable that? Or if out of nowhere your volume just went 4x, do you need to kind of revisit these tools and scale up? So I think probably a lot of people are thinking about how to scale up, but also scale out, right? You're always trying to reach new people. And I think you're also seeing different channels emerge, especially with, let's say, younger demographics always coming into the mix that kind of like want to transact differently, live commerce or social commerce or something like that, where most traditional big brands don't think about, now they might have to think about, I'm not saying we are, but more just saying, if you want to be successful, you're going where your consumer is and you're trying to speak their language. So what capabilities do you need to really ramp up to do it is likely where, focus is.
Nice, good answer. And then how much, in your opinion, do you think the pandemic will change business in a sense of kind of digital technology transformation? Do you think we're going to approach things a little bit differently, a bit more cautiously? Do you think we'll accelerate adoption of technologies? What's kind of your 2 cents worth on that?
Yeah, this is a big one. I guess businesses always look to meet certain goals, maximize sales, profits, consumer experience. And as we know, our CJ is evolving. That's what we've been talking about, right? And not everything is going digital from the sense that every purchase is online. I mean, there are changes and people wanting offline experiences or bucking trends, whatever. But it comes back to making a set of decisions, a strategy or a set of choices to reach these goals. And while some people are just visionary, can create amazing aha insights, most need data. Is data king? No, people are, but data in the right hands is where the magic happens. And so some may argue that in times of uncertainty, we've never seen a time like this before, there is no historical data to look to. No, there's not, but there is real-time data, and we're getting this data, faster and cheaper, and those that are using it right, it is accelerating their ability to make decisions and make the necessary pivots, especially in times of uncertainty. And in general, I believe the more data we digest, the further desire to automate and or accelerate digital, driven changes, that'll be the outcome.
Nice.
So, I'll come back to it. Yeah, yes, the pandemic has disrupted the status quo and shifted some priorities, but it's also providing opportunities for innovation, opportunities to pull ahead of competition.
Yeah.
COVID-19 has been a crisis, it's been terrible.
Yeah.
But something I heard that I loved, I'm told the Chinese word for crisis is comprised of two characters, one meaning danger, and the other meaning a change point. So I think some businesses need to take these times and think about them as catalyst to how they will change and evolve, so that they exit stronger. And I believe you will find the businesses that look to embrace these disruptive times, quickly absorb the data, innovate or pivot, to be the ones that will come out ahead.
Nice. That's a really nice way to finish. I think, despite the doom and gloom, there's certainly a lot of opportunity for businesses to be thinking differently, approaching processes differently, and of course, real innovation from within. So, a nice point to finish on there, Eric, and that is all we've got time for. I'd like to thank you for joining, and for allowing me to kind of navigate your thoughts on transformation and strategy. I think you've raised some nice points there, and it was good to spend the 30 minutes there with you.
Yeah, it was my pleasure. Thanks a lot, Chris. Glad to be here.
Cheers. Thanks, Eric, and enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll catch you on email a little later on.
All right, likewise. Take care.
Yes. Take care. Bye now. So that was Eric Barber with us, Head of Strategy and Transformation from Samsung. A nice chat there with Eric, touching on quite a few different things within kind of digital transformation, whether it's the people culture side or the technology. So hopefully there were some insights and useful bits and bobs in there for you to get your head around, and it might have got some cogs working and thinking. Do follow up with Eric if you've got any kind of questions. Obviously connect with him on LinkedIn and ask him any questions. But we are now going to be moving into a session break. We're going to be back in 20 minutes time, which will make it 10 past 11, that's Eastern time, and we're going to be joined for a couple more presentations and another fireside chat. So I will see you in 20 minutes time. Thank you so much. Just quickly, I'm sorry to interrupt you again during the break, and if you've got the kettle on and the coffee ready to go, our partners and sponsor TaskTop are actually running a Zoom meeting now, so for anyone that is interested, those details are in the chat function if you want to drop them a line and ask any questions, as there wasn't a Q&A session for Paninia earlier on in their presentation. So if you are interested, do drop them in a Zoom, or you can ask them questions separately in the chat function as well. All right, see you back in 20 minutes or just under. Okay, welcome back everyone. I hope you've had a chance to caffeinate and grab a coffee in the break and catch up on some emails. We're back now for the second session of the day. We're going to be welcoming Georgiana Maria, a digital product management executive, formerly from American Express and Northwestern Mutual. We've got a presentation about digital product management here, and then we're going to be joined by Georgiana for a Q&A session afterwards. So as mentioned numerous times, if you do have any questions, do pop them in the chat on the conference page. We've then got a presentation from Select, who are going to be talking about the people part of digital transformation, a great talking point, which resonates with a lot of people, and we're going to be joined by those afterwards for a Q&A as well. And then we'll be finishing off the session for a lunch break with Melissa Saw from Bayer, and we're going to go have another fireside chat, this time around internal disruption and innovation. So if you think of anything along the way, do ask your questions in that chat. But we're going to get going with this session now, and I'm going to play the presentation from Georgiana before we have a Q&A session with her. So sit back and enjoy this second session. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Georgiana Mira. A bit about me. I've been in digital product management for the majority of my career, and I'm passionate about building amazing products. I had the opportunity to define winning strategies for both startups and large companies, and I build businesses in emerging environments. In my most recent roles at Northwestern Mutual and American Express, I focused on transforming financial services in areas such as payments, expense management, client relationship management, and mobile. In addition, I'm on the advisory board of Dapper Labs, which is a blockchain startup. Today, I would like to share with you some best practices in product management in the context of digital transformation. I gathered these learnings from my experience and the experience of other product leaders. I hope the presentation will help you, and I will be happy to answer your questions at the Q&A section and also learn from your experience in this topic. So here's the agenda for our discussion. First, what is the goal of digital transformation in product management and how to approach it? Then I will talk about two important aspects of transformation: the processes you put in place and the talent you have. So, what do product folks want? To build successful products that make clients happy and shareholders satisfied. And they want to build products fast. And to do so, they need to use the latest methodologies, technology, and best practices. So digital transformation can help them. Let's see how. I led many phases and type of transformations. For example, at Amex, we transitioned from waterfall to agile or adopted design thinking. And sometimes it was confusing where we were in the process of transformation and what we needed to do to get to the finish line. Hey, are we there yet? I would like to highlight that digital transformation is ongoing. There's no final destination because technologies and the digital space are constantly evolving. So the organizations need to keep evolving. That being said, you need to have clear milestones and plans. It is important to define what digital transformation means for your product management team, have clear goals and success metrics. For example, by the end of the year, all product manager will complete Agile and Jira training. Transformation will fail if it is not coming from both top-down and bottom-up, and ideally across departments, not only in product management, so across tech, marketing, legal, HR, and so on. Unfortunately, in many cases, some departments such as legal or compliance go through the transformation much slower or later. However, you cannot wait for them. The approach that worked in the past was to involve these departments from the very beginning of building a product and work a way to incorporate their feedback within your process. This is especially important when you work in regulated environments, such as financial services or healthcare. For example, my team involved the risk team from the very beginning of building a product, and we got feedback from brand and legal often, even every sprint in some cases. Also, communication is key. Share your goals and where you are with your metrics, and do not be afraid to share failures. It is impossible to go through a transformation or do anything new without making mistakes. In terms of structure and processes, many times people accept a magical recipe that if we will all follow, then we are going to be transformed. The reality is that there's no silver bullet. However, there are best practices that you can customize for your organization. Ideally, you would adapt and customize a design thinking process, which is a customer-centric, iterative process that allows various functions to work together harmoniously. If you have a good process in place, your team can concentrate on building products instead of figuring out how to collaborate with each other and how to learn the customer's needs. For example, at one of my previous companies, in order to get customer feedback, we use project-based focus groups, which took a lot of time and energy to organize. We transitioned to rapid labs. So every Tuesday and Thursday, we had a group of customers available to talk to our product folks. So each team could sign up 1 or 2 weeks in advance and get quick feedback on what they were building at that time. In terms of structure and processes, well, everybody uses Agile or other rapid development methodology, but you need to customize it for your team. For example, if you are in a large organization with a large portfolio of products and many stakeholders, you probably use scaled Agile with quarterly PIs. A best practice that worked for my team was to have a session about 6 weeks before the PI. We called it next PI alignment. The scope of such session was to ensure we are all on the same page with our partners and stakeholders. So we invited all our key partners from business, marketing, technology, design, compliance, and so on, and we walked them through what we plan to build next quarter. We also talked about our long-term strategy and invited guests to share information about major initiatives. Another point I would like to share with you is about how to handle funding. Usually companies allocate budget for specific projects or in better scenario, for specific products. I think it's best to fund teams. For example, you allocate budget to support 10 Scrum teams, then your products will compete for the priority and capacity of these 10 teams. This helps establish an easy process, reach high velocity in Scrum, and also allows for flexibility in allocating tech resources. Something very important, many teams just focus on releasing features. It is best to focus on outcomes and have clear OKRs defined for the product organization that are tied to the business OKRs. Also, it is very important to have a clear strategy and communicate it repeatedly and constantly to all levels. Too many times, folks are spreading their efforts in many directions, not aligned with the strategy. A good test to know if you are doing a good job, ask a junior person in your organization to see if she knows the strategy. Also, make sure that you have clear prioritization criteria. Product managers and partners need to have clear criteria that they need to match to get on the roadmap. In terms of tools, choose carefully what tools you use and be consistent. For example, for roadmap, you can use PowerPoint or online tools such as Monday, Radar, or Trello. However, I learned that for large portfolio, Excel works very well. So no additional training is needed to use it. And also, you can take advantage of the pivots to analyze data and be able to answer on the spot questions such as what features do we offer to this customer segment across the company? Well, if you want to get fancier, you can also use Tableau. One concept that I found useful is that no matter what tool you use, it is important to have a source of truth roadmap that you use for your team and partners to plan and do the work. Then you can create various visualizations for different audiences. One upper management leader might want to see the information structure in a different way than another leader. The most important factor for a successful digital transformation is people. So I will talk a little bit more about how to build strong product teams. I believe combining internal with external talent is the best. You need internal for institutional and domain knowledge, and external from bringing top product management skills and other type of expertise that you might miss. The training, especially for internal folks, needs to be done across all levels from SVP to analyst. I hear many companies saying that they are done with training because all their PM took 2-day product owner certification. Unfortunately, this is not enough to transition folks from whatever roles they had to being a solid product manager. You need extensive and ongoing training. For example, General Assembly has wonderful classes for product management, and you can even have classes customized for your team. One advantage of such training is to have a common language across your organization and partners. Also, bring product experts to coach and work along with your team for long term. 6 months is good, 1 year is ideal. Of course, the experienced people in your team can coach others, but they cannot do a lot as they have their own jobs to do. For example, at Amex, the product coaches that we brought in helped my team put in place an effective process to intake requirements from the many divisions we needed to work with. In terms of hiring top talent, I discovered that there is a chicken and egg problem. Many top product managers want to work for cutting edge or shiny brands such as Google or Facebook, and they might not want to join your team because you are not yet in the modern ages of digital product management. But you need them to get there. So see the chicken and egg problem now. And it gets worse. Even if you bring them in your company, they might clash with your existing culture and be frustrated with your digital transformation. So what is the solution? First, be honest. Be honest with your candidates. Present the situation as an opportunity and challenge, but do not sugarcoat it at all. They need to know what they are getting themselves into. Second, choose people who are excited about coming in, sharing their knowledge, and helping with the transformation. And third, differentiate yourself with benefits. For example, maybe you offer great work-life balance and family benefits. Then a talented product manager from a state-of-the-art startup might want to join your team because she wants to start a family and needs benefits. So, more about people. I think it is important to clearly define the product management roles. What titles are you going to use? What responsibilities they are going to have? What skill set they need? This definition will help you from recruiting and training to people expectations about promotions. While there is variation in the industry about the hierarchy terms and skills, there is also some common ground. So it is best to use standards of companies with successful product management functions. Also, several organizations such as Mind the Product or Products That Count are a good source of information. Also ensure that there's clear differentiation between product management roles and other functions, for example, design. Organize your team to be lean with the least number of levels as you can. For example, in one case, after I took over, I reduced the number of levels in my team from 5 to 2, which increased the speed of work considerably. Of course, how your team is organized needs to be in unison with how your partners, such as business and technology, are organized. For each skill set, have a list of classes and resources available. For example, I constantly review what skill set my team members want or need, and then help them to get those skills, usually with a combination of training and on the job. Also, define a career path for product folks. What you have in place for marketing or finance most probably does not work for product. Also, very important, do not forget about the path for growth for individual contributors. Not every top individual contributor wants or has the ability to be people leader. Well, we all know how important the culture is. I would like to touch upon 3 concepts that are really important but challenging to implement. Having a collaborative environment is key. Product managers are the ones who bring together business, technology, design, marketing, and so on. So they are the ones that need to instill the spirit of one team across these different functions. A best practice that worked well was to organize with my tech partner a team building offsite for our leaders. It is very, very hard to foster an environment where people are encouraged to take risks and to be willing to fail. It is not a matter of just saying it. It needs to be part of your whole framework of how you work, not a standalone concept. If you want to learn more about this, I encourage you to look at Amazon. They are great about this. Empowerment. A lot has been written about this. And I recommend a new book about empowering product teams called Empowered by Marty Kagan and Chris Jones. One way to get to the culture you want is building a community. For example, at American Express, I founded the Product Club that in time grew successfully across the whole company. So what is the Product Club? Product Club is a community for product folks to learn from each other and help each other. Activities were organized on 2 tracks. One focused on improving skill set. For example, we went to visit Mixpanel to learn about mobile app analytics. Another track is focused on innovation. For example, we invited speakers from Microsoft to come and talk about machine learning. I really liked our productive lunches, productive, get it? Which were informational discussions on various topics, sometimes with external or internal guests. Other times, just folks coming and sharing their products, ask for feedback about the products, talk about common challenges and how to solve them. Of course, the Product Club is just an example of building the culture. There are so many other ways, including happy hours. They really work. Well, I hope this was helpful. And before we go to Q&A, I would like to summarize. The key factors to a successful transformation in digital product management are attract and grow product folks to have the skill set needed for their specific roles. Put in place very good organizational frameworks and processes so they can focus on their work. Foster an open environment of trust and accountability. And then, well, get out of their way and let them build awesome products. So now we can move to the Q&A section. I'm happy to answer your questions now.
So that was Georgiana Miria with us presenting on digital product management within transformation. We are now going to be joined by Georgiana for a quick Q&A session. So just waiting for Georgiana there to connect. And we've got a few questions in. If you do have any yourselves, do pop those in the chat and we'll look to get those answered for you. Just while we do wait for Georgiana, just to come through, I can see you backstage. Georgiana, if you can just enable your camera and mic feed in the top right hand side, and then you'll be able to come through. Just bear with us a few moments while we wait for that. There we go. Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you. How are you, Chris?
I'm very well, thank you. Thanks for a great presentation and a quick overview on your narrative of digital transformation and digital product management. Really appreciate it. A really thorough presentation covering kind of many elements and some good focus on the people side and talent side as well. So thank you for that.
Welcome. Well, it is a pleasure to present in front of such a great audience.
So with the question around that product lab that you mentioned towards the end of the presentation there as part of American Express, I've got a couple of questions on that. What were the challenges in setting up the product lab? Was there kind of a road to difficult buy-in? Was it difficult to convince any kind of leadership to make this happen? And what were the kind of the pitfalls in doing so?
Yes, that's a very good question. So the product lab is very dear to my heart. And it was really challenging to make it work. And sometimes I thought I'm gonna make it. But what contributed to the success were a few things. First, you need to be clear about what the club is, the mission, the goals, and the value it provides. And then I had to make sure that I provided the value, the club provided the value. For example, I needed to bring guests and topics that are interesting and useful. Then it was important to establish a brand and create excitement through a lot of marketing. So we had a motto and a logo. Actually, we had contests to create them. We also have cool giveaways. Our club product club bottles were very popular. And in general, people want to have fun. You need to have an environment of fun. Another step was to form a team of volunteers from various divisions, because basically they will run the club. When it got bigger, I was not able to handle myself. We need a whole team. So make sure that there are benefits for these volunteers. For example, they can gain visibility by moderating sessions. As you're just mentioning, and you're right, it's important to get support from upper management and try to find a sponsor. The club really took off when I got the support of a very senior leader. It helped with the budget. Finally we had all the money to buy all the bottles they wanted. And also support with other leaders, and also creating the buzz and the excitement that we wanted.
Nice. And then for anyone perhaps wanting to go down the route of setting up something similar within their organization, how would you kind of recommend someone going about that and trying to introduce it to their organization?
I think going through all the steps that I mentioned above, it's the right way. And you do need to do a lot of PR, a lot of lobbying, presenting and convincing leaders and convincing people. But the moment it gets started and people see value, then it's kind of growing on its own.
Of course, no, good. We've had a question come in from the audience here saying, what's the biggest difference between transformation within a startup and transformation within a bigger company? And I guess that's kind of, I think at the start of the presentation you were mentioning about Dapper Labs and your work within those as well, and then American Express, Northwestern Mutual. What are the kind of biggest differences in the way transformation gets approached?
That's a very interesting question. I don't think startups need digital transformation. If they need, then I think they're in trouble. And when I think about startups, the startups I know and I've been working with, they are basically in the digital space, technology startups. So they don't need that. I mean, they are the avant-garde of product management. Let's hope so. That being said, what I discovered was interesting is that a lot of the problems that exist, transformation or not, in big companies or small companies or startups, there are many problems that they are the same. For example, how you attract talent. I mean, everybody has to think about carefully what's their value proposition, about the hiring process, about how defining the roles and responsibilities and so on, all the things that I just mentioned, especially when startups are at the stage that they need to scale. And some of them, they need to scale rapidly, which is the case, for example, right now with Dapper Labs, because they are so successful. And the other thing is also important, putting in place the structures and processes. Again, that's difficult. It's difficult in a startup. It's difficult in a large company. Of course, when you are a very early stage startup, 10 people, you don't need really structure and processes. You are just around and you thought, hey, let's do this and let's do the other. But once you get to a certain size, that's what you need to put in place. And the culture, it's universal. How you go about your culture is crucial.
Yeah, and it's often the hardest part, right?
Yes, yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And then final question here. How important is effective change management within digital product management? And what are the difficulties for leaders or organizations amidst the pandemic about going about successful change?
That's a very good question, Chris. If you work in digital product management, you do need to have a mindset that you need to be comfortable with constant change. If not, maybe you shouldn't be in product management. As I was mentioning earlier, technologies are constantly evolving, so we need to do the same. If you also go through digital transformation, well, that is change. So yes, effective change management is crucial in digital product management. In terms of executing change in pandemic times, well, you will have the usual challenges plus the one created by pandemic. And I like all of us, I just have limited experience. Thank God. I hope it's gonna be limited during the pandemic. So, but what I noticed, it was something very interesting that happened. The productivity of my team during pandemic increased, but also the stress level increased. So that was quite interesting. And a few things that I did to handle this situation. So I kept the team focused on what we needed to do for our clients. Yeah, we were here for clients. We need to take care. We make sure that we don't let them in the air. We need to focus on our goals and our OKRs. Yeah. And in order to achieve them, then we needed to reimagine some work practices. For example, before pandemic, I just put in place a very robust hiring process. And the last step in the process was to bring candidates for a day on site, meet many folks that day. And at the end of the day, the interviewing team would gather together, share impressions, and the hiring manager will make a decision. We actually decided that it was beneficial to keep the on-site as it was, but make it virtual. A big issue, I mean, at my company, I don't know, at other company, was too many meetings. So we put in place best practices to have less meetings and more productive meetings. Something very important that we did was to encourage and support people to work in an asynchronous way. So I mentioned at the beginning about stress. I focused on making sure that folks stayed connected within the team and with partners. So this helped with ameliorating some of the stress. So we had many fun activities, virtual happy hours, coffee chats, playing games. And to my surprise, I actually ended up getting closer to the team, closer than I would have been if it was not the pandemic, because I did focus on that aspect. I wanted to do that. I had more office hours, more one-on-ones, and on Monday morning, I was sending a weekly email to the team to check in. And to my surprise, I just started, when the pandemic started, I was like, hey, I need to check in. I need to know how they are doing, what's going on. But then they were very popular. My team liked it, so I kept on sending it since till recently.
Well, look, that's all we've got time for there, Georgiana, but thank you so much for your presentation and for answering those questions. A real pleasure that you could join us today, and do appreciate it, and thank you for your time and effort there.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be here, Chris.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll be in touch. Thank you.
Care.
Bye now. So that was Georgiana Miria, Digital Product Management Executive. Previous work at American Express and Northwestern Mutual. So I thank her for sharing her insights in that presentation and Q&A. And she was touching a lot there about talent and the people element of digital transformation, which is where we're going next as well. So we're now going to hear from Dave and Tony from Select, who will be presenting on the 2% that transforms, focusing on the most crucial element of successful transformation, that is, of course, the people. We've heard a lot about it today, so we're going to hone in on that a bit with this presentation. It's often the hardest part of digital transformation. Georgiana there agreeing with me just before, so looking forward to the presentation. We're then going to be joined by both Dave and Tony for a quick Q&A session following their talk. So if you did have anything, do pop it in the chat. But over to Select now. Thank you.
Do you know the key drivers of success for digital transformation? It's a critical question for many companies. We have been working in digital design, UX, and CX strategy for more than 20 years, supporting our clients with their innovation efforts, and we ask ourselves this question many times. Technology, of course, is important, but it's only been in the past few years that it became crystal clear to us what is really critical in digital transformation. And there are two key drivers we have found that determine whether a digital transformation succeeds or fails that we would like to share with you today. Good morning. I'm Tony Thijssen. I'm the Chief Design Officer of Select, a premium design agency for financial services. I'm originally from the Netherlands, but live already for more than 15 years in New York City. Call it now my home, although I still use my bike, even now, going through the snow. And that's also where our office is, in New York City.
And I'm David Thibodeau, Director of Strategy and CX for Select. I happen to live in Portland, Maine, but I've been consulting for financial services companies for nearly 20 years.
We are part of Select, and our teams have been behind numerous digital programs for many well-known financial companies, including those presented here. And looking at that list, I have to think of my first digital transformation project. It was about 15 years ago at JP Morgan, and we were designing a new digital trading platform. Our objective as designers was to create a user-friendly experience that would empower internal traders. Back then, we were still using the waterfall approach. Oh yes, the process was quite slow. We didn't do any testing and then iterate to make it better because there just wasn't that mindset. Many companies weren't using agile or design thinking. Things have definitely improved since then, and over the years, through working with our clients, we have learned how we can make bigger steps forward to truly transform. But let's look at what the state of digital transformation in financial services today, and then focus on what we have found is key to be successful in your efforts.
Before 2020, a lot of financial companies had started the road to digital transformation, but few were all in or truly transformed. There was a lot of talk, but not enough commitment. Then, almost overnight, everything changed. The coronavirus stopped the world in its tracks, affecting millions worldwide. For many, and especially financial services, this has meant an increased urgency to be completely digital. Everything that could be online had to be online, and companies had to be completely digital ready. This pandemic has accelerated the need and demand for digital transformation, and we've seen this firsthand with our clients, all of whom have seen significant increases in the use of financial apps. We've also seen increases in requests to revisit and completely redesign entire online banking experiences. And while many new digital initiatives have started to address these changing environments, there's still much work to be done. And the role of UX and UI in creating well-designed, customer-centric experiences that really improve people's lives and build long-lasting brand relationships is more foundational than ever. More and more customers are interacting with their finances digitally, depositing checks by mobile apps, making payments through digital services. But even though digital interactions have increased, only 17% of customers are really happy with their digital banking experiences. Why is that? Because even though financial companies have realized that digital experiences are below expectations and need to be improved, only 28% of all digital initiatives are actually focused on improving the customer experience. This is a significant disconnect.
So why the gap? Why aren't best-in-class experiences the norm when customers interact with their financial services? Some surveys have been done about the top challenges financial firms face in their digital transformation. Let's look at the most pressing challenge that came up. The number one challenge is talent. There's a growing demand for all-rounded talent, people with design, data, and technology skills who truly understand the business, are hands-on, and have many years of experience. But financial companies are struggling with a shortage of talent that can support and move forward their innovation efforts. And that's something we clearly hear from our clients. Sometimes progress stalls because the company doesn't have the right internal resources to work on these projects, which clearly hurts the business effort to improve customer experiences. I'm in this industry for 2 decades, and David as well. And what we have noticed over all these years is that it's often a small group of talented people within an organization that drive the results. This is what McKinsey & Company also found in their research. That's the 2% top talent who make outsized contributions. If as a company you nurture that design talent and create a sincere design culture that values good design, that invest in user-centric design, implement customer feedback, you will outperform other companies who don't take that same approach by as much as 2 to 1. And it's this insight about the 2% top talent that made us decide to start our company, Select. Talking to our clients, we often hear that they don't have the right talent in place. and it's a struggle for them to expand or change course because of this reason. We clearly see there's a need for this 2% top talent. But what is it about this top 2% that makes them so critical to digital transformation? You need people on your team that can pinpoint where the customer experience fails, that can identify pain points and encourage innovative solutions. People that are problem finders as well as problem solvers. They have the expertise to see where products go wrong, where you have to course correct, and when you need to go back to the drawing board again. It's a kind of talent that can inspire digital disruption, but at the same time, deliver high quality work. Additionally, you need talent that can collaborate well, that can make the complex simple and know how to break down complex problems into smaller pieces, run design sprints to address them, ideate, prototype, test, and repeat, and do this efficiently together with team members from different disciplines.
Design thinking is a core methodology we use in our digital, product, and CX projects. I'm sure you're familiar with it. Top talent lives and breathes design thinking and combines analytical and intuitive thinking to solve problems in new and innovative ways. But the main benefit of design thinking is that it's critical in really understanding who we are designing for in order to create those meaningful customer-centric experiences. Design thinking has clear steps: empathize, see and understand from the user's perspective, define the problem, ideate, prototype, test. Then, based on the feedback, iterate, ideate, revise, and test again until customers are surprised and delighted with user-centric experiences. Iteration is essential in design thinking, and this requires flexibility and scalability. This is what we have found with so many client projects, that flexibility is an incredibly important ingredient, and being able to adapt quickly will have a clear impact on your outcome. Combining top 2% talent with flexibility drives digital transformation results. Without both, without that top 2% talent and the flexibility to empower them, we've seen digital transformation initiatives stall, diverge, and fail to meet their target KPIs.
And this is where a lot of financial companies run into a problem. If you look at their current team models, they report the same pain points. There's a lack of flexibility to scale up and down. There's a lack of expertise and customization. There's a lack of remote readiness. There's a lack of ability to collaborate with speed when, for instance, the customer environment suddenly changes, like now, because of COVID. The environment we live and work in is unpredictable. You have to be able to adapt quickly. We found that current models don't work. We need a new way to approach this. We're all familiar with software as a service. What we need is a new model for flexible top talent teams as a service. Introducing the hybrid team model. Our experiences working with clients in digital transformation showed us that what companies really need is flexible support by hyper-experienced teams that can address and lead through hurdles quickly, flexibly, and effectively. It's this important insight that inspired us to start our business. We are often called in by companies to be the digital A-team, like when projects have reached MVP, but business owners realize through user testing that their value proposition is lacking. We then come in and help them pivot, which could mean anything from redefining their value prop to completely redesigning the experience based on the outcomes of a design sprint. It's like you're building a plane while flying it at 1,000 miles an hour. But you can only do that if you have the right folks with the right expertise at that critical moment in time. That's why we're so confident about this flexible hybrid team model, because we know it works. It's foundation of what we do and how we have been servicing our clients. It drives results.
This model enables you to divide complex digital transformation challenges into smaller pieces that can then be tackled more effectively with top talent and flexible teams. Let's look at how this works. You might be working on journey mapping, prototype development, design sprints or workshops, or building product roadmaps. or maybe even several of these at the same time. Each project is going to have its own timeline, own KPIs, and own unique needs. What we often see with these initiatives is the need to quickly pivot or scale up because of new insights, new developments, or new market events. Here's an example. We were recently engaged by a financial services firm to develop an end-to-end customer journey, and immediately realized that they had not prioritized their customer segmentations consistently across their entire enterprise. This meant that we had to quickly pivot and then define, design, develop, and deploy an entire enterprise persona framework across their entire organization before we could even start building that end-to-end customer journey. Now, this is the kind of thing that you can only do well if you're starting with a flexible hybrid team model in place, one that can adapt quickly and immediately bring in the additional experienced resources that you need as soon as they are needed.
Here are some other scenarios. Like, for instance, you just need one experienced team member for user research for 3 weeks because of new analytics, and you would like to get a better understanding what the data is saying. Sometimes you need 2 experienced facilitators jumping from one design sprint to another. Good facilitators are hard to find, and the ones you have in-house often might be tied up on other projects. Sometimes you need a select team to lead an initiative, like starting a new holistic end-to-end journey that affects the whole company. Or sometimes you quickly need to scale up all of your active projects with UX strategists because of a sudden impactful change in your industry that affects your customers and naturally your business or your business model. Think of Dodd-Frank, the federal law that was enacted about a decade ago and affected almost every part of the financial services industry. Or, of course, the impact now with COVID-19. So to summarize, in this dramatically changing world and looking at the problems companies are facing, we see these 2 key drivers. It's a top 2% talent plus flexible teams as a service model. In our experience and based on research, these are the key drivers and differentiators if you will have success or will fail in your digital transformation. We see that this model is highly effective. Let us know if we can help you addressing the hurdles you are facing. Send an email to Mr. T, that's me, Tony at select.agency with any questions or feedback, or if you would like to share your experiences related to our talk. But do reach out. And to find out more about our approach.
So we're now into that Q&A session where I'm going to be welcoming both Dave and Tony for a few questions here. So just hang on tight. I can see Dave come through. Can you hear me okay, Dave?
Yes, hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Good stuff. Yeah. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Yes, doing well, thank you. It's been a good day, and real big thanks there for the presentation. Some interesting insights, and looking forward to exploring some further ideas in that. I can see Tony is coming through as well. Tony, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. We've got over the awkward stage of making sure we can all hear each other. So let's dive right into some questions now. Is this new model where you have flexible teams with 2% top talent only relevant for a product development department, or can it be used in other departments within the organization, for example, marketing?
Right. Well, our approach is beneficial for both departments within an organization. If significant change is needed and a digital transformation also includes a reinvention of the business or part of the business, it almost always means that it will affect product development and marketing. Mm-hmm. I have to think of an example of, for instance, like a fintech company that where we helped them to change the positioning of their core financial products, created a new identity to market these products better, created a revised product strategy, but also worked on a select set of new features that needed to be designed to their, for their existing products based off a changing market. So you have, different work streams going on at the same time that are part of a new product strategy, as well as a new marketing strategy. And many companies actually struggle to do that well. And that's where we come in with our flexible team model of top talent that have proven expertise, can integrate well with internal teams, and then hit the ground running from day one.
Yeah, nice. And then, are there any other examples of how large companies can work with flexible teams that are not already part of their organization?
Yeah, so I think if you're looking for specific examples of maybe, how we've worked with companies in the past. Yeah, so I mean, we've done that from, scaled in many different ways, everything from just having kind of ongoing advisory services to all the way to having, entire teams come in and essentially
the key drivers
over.
of success.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, take over an entire. So so more specifically, for example, just this past week, actually, I've been doing a design sprint for a very large consulting company. And one of the things that that's come up is that they were actually wanting to work with an entire external partner. So this project actually involved managing an entire external relationship along with our client for this design session, and everything from making sure that the legal arrangements between the two bodies were in line, in terms of who would own the IP that would actually come out of the design sprint and design session, all the way to planning and managing the session itself.
Nice. And then a lot of the presentation was obviously referring to the kind of financial services and financial organizations. Is the flexible hybrid team model with top talent only applicable for large financial institutions, or can it be, more widespread?
I would say no. The flexible hybrid team model with top talent is applicable for all fintech companies, startups, and even other industries. As Select, our focus is financial services, although we also support companies from other industries. But these key drivers of digital transformation, the top 2% talent and a flexible team model, are applicable for any industry, for any organization, any company that really truly wants to accelerate their digital transformation, wants to ensure that efforts are effective and have the ability to address business needs while at the same time, creating compelling customer experiences. And they don't have to be large companies either. Currently, for example, we are supporting a startup, a cryptocurrency company, who have the foundation of their products in place, who have developed a robust roadmap. But we created a flexible team just to focus on the UI, UX of one specific product that would work alongside their internal team to make sure, that they can enhance the product experience to make a deadline that we're facing. So yes, this works for large company as well as smaller companies.
Nice. Well, that's all we've got time for there, gents. Are there any last thoughts before we move on and say goodbye?
Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, your next step, should be, transform to a flexible team model and ensure you have the right, top talent as part of your flexible teams. So, we would say, make it happen. We are obsessed about it. We see the results of it. And we would love to hear from you, your stories, your experiences, and the problems you face. So we are here to help in any kind of fashion and would love to support you. Feel free to reach out with any feedback. Send me an email, tony@select.agency. And you can, of course, go to our website to find out more about our approach, select with 2 Ks, .agency. So thank you.
Gents, thank you very much, Dave, Tony. Thank you for that presentation and for your time
so much
on the Q&A. You can see the details up there on the screen to reach out to Tony and, of course, to visit their website. So thank you, Dave and Tony. Really appreciate it, and it's been a pleasure to have you with us.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that was Dave and Tony from Select Agency there joining us. We're now going to be joined by Melissa. Melissa is Director of Marketing Procurement from Bayer. And hopefully, I've just moved Melissa from backstage on stage, so hopefully we'll be joined by Mel in a few moments. And we're going to be exploring a bit more into kind of disruption and innovation within this fireside chat with Mel. Mel, for background, joined us in Boston back in 2019, where she shared a story more about the life sciences transformation. So it's a pleasure to have Mel back with us and joining for this fireside chat. I can see she is with us now, and hopefully you can hear me and see me okay, Mel.
Yes, can you hear and see me okay?
Absolutely perfect. Yeah, good to see you as well. It was great to reconnect with you, and it's a pleasure to have you join us for the fireside chat today.
Yeah, thank you for this reunion, Chris. Like you said, it's been 2 years, but who's counting?
Exactly.
But yeah, hopefully the event has been going on fine, and thank you for having me back.
No, that's good. Yeah, it's been a good morning or afternoon, seeing as I'm over here in the UK. We've heard kind of a lot within the umbrella of transformation, people, culture, technology. So a real exploration of the subject area. So hopefully we can navigate a bit more of that with yourself.
I will try. So fire on the questions, Chris. Yeah.
Cool. So let's start, I guess, with a bit more of an introduction of yourself, your role, your experience, and of course the age-old question of what digital transformation kind of means to you as an individual and as a professional.
Sure. So like Chris say, my name is Melissa Saul, but everyone calls me Mel. I've been in life science close to 20 years now and have pivoted on various roles. So I'm currently in Bayer. So I've taken commercial roles in sales and marketing, and then pivot to digital transformation, mainly leading the enterprise partnership with big tech as well as Bayer for about 5 years. And most recently, my role is in sourcing and procurement, and we're going to talk about it later. So yeah, I've had the wonderful opportunity to live and work across Malaysia, Australia, Switzerland, Germany, and now I'm based with my husband in New York City. So back to your question of what digital transformation means to me. I would like to simplify it just basically, on my understanding about digital transformation. I think it's an enabler in the sense that there are two things that you can do and how digital can actually propel you to two things, right? First is either you do better things or you do things better. So when I talk about doing better things, it means all the moonshots, all the 10Xs, all the millions lives of you want to say, so big things. When I say do things better, it's really those incremental, small wins, I would say, because that is also value and efficiency by itself. And all these are actually being supported by the 4 Ps, I would say, the people, process, platform, and partnerships, which is really the fundamental in where digital transformation is. So I hope that answers your question.
No, it's a really good answer, and it's a nice definition of it. Obviously, I think everyone has their own kind of definitive term when it comes down to digital transformation, depending on where they work and what they're doing. So a nice start. Thank you for that. And like you said in your introduction, you've worn a few different hats with your time at Bayer, and you've been in different positions as well as just different regions. And since we last spoke, which we said was back in 2019, you have moved into a new role, and that's Director of Marketing Procurement, correct? So how much of a part does digital transformation play within your new role, or does it?
So that's an interesting question. When people talk about digital transformation, the first thing that comes to them in their mind, especially for digital transformation in life science, right? It would be things that have to do with marketing per se, or supply chain, or R&D, medical. But a lot of people don't think that digital transformation actually touches all the facets of the entire organization, supporting functions such as HR and myself now currently in sourcing. So I won't claim that I'm an expert in procurement, being a rookie, I would say, but I would try to attempt that question. I see now that the development in terms of digital now that enables, systems that allow automation from a procurement standpoint, in the sense that many processes that have been very mundane, repetitive, and even very administrative process can be automated now with technology. So this is the low hanging fruit on one side. But on the other side of the spectrum, I think it's the more sexy part of what technology can actually do for a team like procurement per se. It's using big data, the opportunity to really draw insights from this quality data that enables a function like procurement not to only save the bottom line at the end of the day, but we're able to increase the cash flow of a company by having all these insights in our fingertips. So I know these are just probably very high level, but I can break it down to maybe more tangible examples of what we're doing procurement in Bio with digital transformation. So one of the projects that we're piloting recently, it's RPA, which is robotic process automation. Like the name suggests, it's just a fancy name, but what a name suggests is actually we're using robot to, like I've said earlier, to automate all our administrative stuff, right? So what we're doing currently is human will key in a command in an Excel sheet. For example, we want some price changes. And then the robot will go in and to pick it up and then make the changes automatically. So as you can imagine, this is so seamless as opposed to in the past, you actually have to hire one person that does this manually as part of his or her job, which is really painful for me. So this is how I see that digital transformation plays a role in every facets of the organization, including procurement.
Nice, really good answer, thorough. And then when we last heard from you, we were talking a lot about the life science sector being, considerably disrupted. There was a lot of disruption and change happening within the sector and the industry, and particularly over the last, few years pre-pandemic, that had very much accelerated. Has the pandemic put brakes on those innovations and change, or has it further accelerated the disruption, in your opinion?
I think it's put a break is probably a very, very harsh word, but I know where you're coming from. But I think it's more like I see organizations now are reprioritizing and re-looking into what innovation means to them. They're putting more meat behind in terms of like the KPIs, the measurements, the results of what they're getting out from it. Like, for example, like COVID, you would actually want to prioritize activities or innovations that can actually help the community like now and not yesterday or today. So this is actually the differences that I see now, that people are putting all this all these measurement in place as opposed to pre-pandemic.
Oh, I think we might have just lost Mel, hopefully only momentarily then. Are you back? Can you hear me?
I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. I'm so sorry. Maybe I said something bad about innovation. That's why I actually put a talk about that. It's a sign, Chris. So yeah, I was saying that. So that was what I see the differences is. But in terms of the latter, which is propelling disruption and digital transformation, especially during COVID times, is very much adamant, as you can see from public searches and even Bio itself. I have seen a more aggressive and appetite towards innovation, new business model, partnership. And taking some examples, we have in pharma alone, more than 25 acquisitions just in the last year. And these are like staggering numbers. Through acquisitions, collaboration, different types of agreement and partnerships. So pharma side, you could see like we have committed 100 million together with a company called OneDrop. So we are basically working together using their predictive, their preventive, personalized core platform over different therapeutics area that can feed into our core therapeutics areas such as oncology, women's healthcare, and hopefully cardiovascular in the future. So that's just one of them. Another spectrum for consumer health, as we can see, because now it's, with COVID, it's actually so important about self-care, that we have actually acquired a D2C personalized vitamin startup you might have heard of called Care of. It's a 225 million acquisition for the consumer health space. So it's a very different business model as opposed to what we have that is complementing our consumer business with off-the-shelf, vitamins and nutritionals that you can find from all the major pharmacies. So yeah, I definitely see both of the spectrum, but very excited to see this has been accelerating innovation and partnership much more during the current times.
No, that's really good to hear as well. And you just touched on it then about your responsibility around kind of fostering innovation through partnerships. Can you tell us a bit more about that and what that means?
Yeah, so when I talk about fostering partnerships, so I know we have very limited time, so I won't talk about the rationale in terms of why we partner, but I believe that it is so important to organize or have the right setup from the very get-go. I know when people talk about partnership, they're very excited to talk about the technology, the results at the end of the day. Operational stuff or how we get there is not most exciting, and people tend to swept away, kind of like an afterthought, right? So I believe this is actually, if not important, more important, that we have to get all the ducks lined up before we even talk about how do we get there, right? So things like aligning goals, which is very interesting, has to be done from the start, because it could be, are we talking about accessibility? Are we talking about, increasing the patient adherence to a certain drug? All these has to be, or both, right, laid out at the start. Roles and responsibility has to be clearly defined, because both parties coming on to the same level playing field, but we have our strengths and weaknesses between two ends. So how do we complement or fill the gap for two of us is very important. The setup, the format, is it a new co? Is it you are putting the core working team in a company, that's co-working together and coming up with a business proposal, or at the end of the day, a minimum viable product? So I believe that, all these little details has to be part of the pre-package to define the success of a partnership. So I say this is just based on my experience. I see people just dive straight in without thinking about the little details for project management per se. So these are some of the tips that I have from my experience running partnerships.
Nice. And then can you give any kind of examples of success through innovative partnerships where you've seen real results?
Yeah, so I would use the Bayer and Google relationship that we started back in 2015, 2016. So when back at that time, and then now I know it's a no-brainer because, big tech and life science seems like a very good marriage made in heaven. But back then people would be like, why are we working with big tech? What do they know about, the healthcare itself? So have to start with something tangible if we want to get the justification, the buy-in, the resources from top management per se. So what we did was we piloted something with Google using their Google Analytics 360 platform, which is at the end of the day looking into predictive marketing that can actually help us to understand our consumers better in terms of what we are serving them. So at the end of the day is using the platform to serve the right audience, the right message at the right time. So we started with consumer healthcare as our pilot using the US market with a product called Claritin you may heard of. It's an allergy product that we have. So what we did was we used the platform and then from there we would be able to feed consumers. For example, it's allergy season. I go in and I search for, a product. So what we do is we serve a kind of like a banner or whatever ad that we're using at that time to serve them the right product, which is Claritin Day Pill instead of a night pill. So they will feel that they are being heard. They know that, I'm searching for this product because I'm having this really bad allergy now. So we've seen sales actually increase tremendously during the campaign period because you're serving them the right message in terms and cut through all the noise and telling them exactly where you are, your nearest pharmacy that you can get it. So this is how we work with Google on that. So with something very tangible, then you'll be able to bring it up to management and sell in the justification and buy-in much easier. And from then on, you could show the small, quick wins and then moved on to more strategic conversations as the partnership mature. So we have moved from there, bringing Google into sharing our digital transformation strategy. So you have to have the trust and transparency when you do a partnership, right? So we shared with them, hey, our next steps. I remember that was 2017. We came together and identified the 5 enablers, which is very similar with the 4 Ps that I've shared earlier, which is people, process, platform, and partnerships. So we share with this is our enabler, which is cutting through across the entire organization, because as you know, we have very different businesses. In Bayer, we have consumer, we have crop, we have healthcare as well. But these 5 things we have found serves as a commonality across the organization that helps to set the foundation in order to feed up to each of the division's strategy in terms of what they need to do. So once we brought Google, they came in as a consultant and say, hey, these are what we're trying to achieve. Where can you help us? So I can use an example for one of the pillar, which is mindset and skills. We said we want to actually create a curriculum, kind of like a digital fellowship center, which is increasing the digital acumen of our high performers to get them to think and have new ways of working back in 2017 or 2018, and using digital as part of their everyday life in the workspace. So they came together. They was part of the faculty for us. We had executive summit. We have brought our group together to Mountain View. We have New York City. We also visited Boston itself. And to really expose the people in terms of why is Google so successful. For example, the culture is very different. How do you guys innovate? And to get some tips and tricks whereby we be able to plug and play when each and every one of them actually goes back to the organization. So these are just some of the examples that I can actually think of that now.
No, that's really good examples. Thank you for sharing those. And I want to kind of jump back into a previous focus area of yours, and that was when you joined the digital development team, which in turn became the digital excellence unit of the business. And you were tasked with setting up and implementing the Bio-wide digital agenda with focus on kind of creating new innovative business models. How effective was the introduction of the group? And would you kind of encourage others to do similar within their enterprise?
It's a good question to look back into memory lane, Chris. Thank you for bringing me back into that journey. It was bittersweet, I have to say, because when we first of all, my advice to people who have not, or organization who has not actually set up this team, is it is never too late. When we set it up this back in 2015, it was more like an experiment because the board actually saw the writings in the wall that, there's probably this immersion coming in healthcare and tech coming together. There's a lot of interest in this space from big tech. And we didn't know what and why back then. So when we actually set up this team, I believe we were one of the first life science to actually have a chief digital officer as part of the organization. And it was a very small team of 2 or 3. We didn't have anything figured out, right? There was no blueprint. When you look at big organizations, there's always SOP and blueprints for everything. There was none for digital transformation back then. It was many challenges. We had to learn our way. But like I've said, right? If you don't start there, we won't be where we are today. Sure, we're not like tick all the boxes now, but it's definitely a journey. It's as cliche as it may sound, justification, buy-in, change management, all this takes time. If we didn't form it back then, we would not be our halfway point, which is 2017. The mandate from 15 to 17 was get people kind of like educate them of digital transformation, make them excited, want to be on board, and ask the right questions. And great, we have actually achieved this from 1.5 to 2 years. But we have then, from 2017, we had to think about more strategically of where we want to bring the organization. That's where we have the 5 enablers. It is not a means and end to everything, but it's something that we have managed to bring and united all the different businesses into one single mission moving forward, whereby, like I've said, these are the 5 things which are cutting across and is adding value towards the rest of the organization, that it is required as like a core or a basis of fundamentals that serve up to each of our divisions, kind kind of like respective digital transformation strategy. And at the end of the day, we serve up to the board or Bayer-wide group strategy, which topics such as financing, people, mindset are being discussed. So as you can see, you have to really build the foundation, and it takes a long way for us to where we are today.
Sure.
So I'm just saying that it is quite a journey of where I was part of this journey 5 years ago, and where we are today was night and day. But you definitely have to start somewhere, and it's okay you don't have the answer. It's okay you don't know where you want it to go, but you have to start, especially now. I think COVID is actually a good example to show that, you know, you have to have partnerships in place. You have to think differently. So that's my answer to that.
No, that's really good. And just quickly within that as well, you said about changing the mindset. Obviously, that's an enormous task, especially of a company of that size. So just can you give us a bit more information about how you kind of go about changing that mindset and the difficulty in doing so? Because obviously you must have experienced quite a bit of resistance, whether that's workforce resistance, but just in terms of changing thought processes and, you know, becoming more digital savvy and digitally aware.
You're reminding me of the pain, Chris. This is Deja Vu 101. So you have to start from different layers of the organization, because the challenges are different as compared to the doers, which is more like a lower level and people who get innovation digital, as opposed to middle management and top management, right? So you come with different strategies. For example, if you're looking into the more bottom line of the tier, when we talk about organization, which is the doers, they're already excited. They're looking into not handouts, but guidance into what can I do. So we form a lot of like ambassadors. We form like innovation community and getting external people. And we have a lot of summits. So the mandate was get people excited, get people to know what resources are available to them, and get them to innovate and experiment and network among each other. So that was the middle layer, right? And not everybody is in that bandwagon, or it's really or have that digital savvy maturity. So that's how we tackle I would say, the bottom level. And then the middle level is really much working together with the top level. And you have those conversations, which is above my pay grade, Chris, at that time. But this is how we do it. So this is where the chief digital officer will tackle and have the seat on the table together with the board members to say, hey, you know, they're probably looking to what strategic that needs to actually been addressed first. So, for example, Bayer in 2015 was not known in this space of digital, and we know very little. What we do best is developing a molecule, right? So, what we know, we need help in terms of technology. Of course, now we have data scientists, we have like really great skill set and people that's on the organization from different parts of digital, being big tech joining the company. So back then, it's where you have to build your external network. So the chief digital officer was busy, bringing Bayer's name out and networking with technology partners to see where mutual, benefits or partnerships that we can actually bring into the company and have the right setup. So right setup meaning at that time there was also a team called the Grants for Apps that is mainly, very active in setting up the network with the startup scene. So we have that as well. So like I've said, it's different pieces and different puzzles, and everyone has a role to play with the different levels of the organization. That's why it takes time. That's why I said start now. It's never too late. But these are just some of the examples. And I know you're and that time you was like, oh, but I told him or I told her already. You have to repeat the messages, I don't know, 10,000 times, 1,000,000 times. And at the end of the day, you have to bring the value proposition into what's in for me, or what's the value that he or her would get out of it, or his or her team or the organization would get out of it. Try to actually distill it into language that people really understand, and not talk about technology and, that people, it's just layman terms. That's just, I break it down what I'm saying here.
Yeah, no, I get that. And I'll pull you away from those pain points now, and perhaps we can end on a more positive note. As we kind of alluded to at the start of the chat, you've worn different hats. You've worked across the organization in a global sense as well. So what kind of advice would you be able to share with the audience today for perhaps someone who's looking to diversify his or her skill set on their next path?
I know this is off topic, but the first thing that came into my mind is really find the right partner. I mean,
Yeah.
it's actually better if that partner like mine is actually a developer, a software developer. So the reason why I bring up is because I got this question a lot because I know work is actually a very important part, but so is your family, right? So
100%.
I am very fortunate to have a very strong support system, which is my partner, and he has followed me to 5 different countries is because he could work anywhere in the world. So my next life, when I come back, I want to be a software developer. I want to know how to code. Anyway, so that was just jokes aside. But I think the first one is mainly just to go for it. Especially when opportunity presents to you, you just say yes. I know moving to another country, moving out of your comfort zone, you don't have the support system. It sounds really daunting and it's not the easiest to say yes to. But think about on the flip side, the opportunity that you're going to meet, that you're going to get, and the people that you're going to meet. Like, for example, Chris, like in sourcing, I had many people like in this role, like, Mel, are you sure you want to take this job? Like, you're pivoting for a digital transformation to sourcing. Like, what is the gig here? So, and I have to be very transparent. I was very skeptical myself when I was like, say yes to this, but just don't take the job as it is on the surface. Think about what skill set that you can actually close the loop to. Like, for example, I did this sourcing role. It's because when I was doing partnerships, right, I always had to hand the negotiations at the end of the day to my sourcing partner, which obviously him or her has the skill set to do so. And I was thinking if I would be able to actually, really get the skill set by negotiating and knowing the art of it in this job that I'm doing, it would be a triple threat or a double threat. It would be so cool to close the loop now and have that skill set to say, I know how to run partnership. I not only know the language and the business acumen, the process, but I can close this deal for you. So this is just one of it, Chris. And I know we're running out of time. I have plenty more, but I would just stop there. Yeah, just go for it.
No, I really appreciate that, Mel, and it's nice to end on that note. We're all people at the end of the day, so it's nice to kind of get a bit of inspiration and insights on that from yourself. So do appreciate it, and of course appreciate you taking the time to join the call, to join the conference, and to kind of explore a bit more about your role and your experience and whatnot. And hopefully we can meet again in person when the world opens up again.
Okay, thank you, Chris. All the best, and I'll catch you later.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day and really appreciate you joining.
Bye.
I know, thank you. So that was Melissa Saw from Bio with us. Hopefully there was some insights in there for you as we kind of explored a bit more about disruption and innovation from within. We're now into a session break again, a slightly longer one. We're going to be returning in around 45 minutes or just under, returning at 1:15 in the afternoon. That's Eastern time for our panel session. Where we've got 3 brilliant panelists lined up, as well as 2 excellent presentations coming from Vidyard and a previous keynote of ours from Dr. Hannah Kana on the challenges of digital transformation. So we'll be back in 45 minutes. Do check into the chat function of the conference. You'll see there's some side activities going on if you wanted to join a Zoom call with Task Talk to find a bit more about what they're doing. And obviously you can revisit some of this morning's presentations and content if you missed it, just by using the YouTube to scroll back. So we'll be back in just under 45 minutes with that panel session, and we're going to be exploring many more parts of digital transformation, particularly digital product innovation and moving away from legacy. So we'll see you then. Thank you. Welcome back. We're now into the final session of the day, where we're going to be having the panel session to begin with. We're joined by some great guests for the panel session. We have Rochelle from Priority Health. Rochelle is Manager of Digital Products. We have Rathnam from Cole Palmer, who's a VP, and Lakshmi from Signify, who's Director of Global Digital Transformation. Really looking forward to being joined by our panelists today, and we're going to be exploring different topics within digital transformation with some particular focus on digital product and moving away from legacy as well. We've got the panel session, and then we've got 2 presentations following that before the event closes. I can see our panelists have now joined us, so a warm welcome to you, Rathnam, Lakshmi, and Rochelle. How are you all doing today?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm doing great here in the Chicago area, nice and cold. I'm glad to be inside.
Nice. Lakshmi, good afternoon, sorry.
Hey, good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon, all. Nice to be here. I am, after a very long and painful winter, enjoying a little bit of sunshine today, but I'm happy to be here with all of you.
Thank you. And Rochelle.
Hey, happy to be here. And hold the phone. You're done with winter already? We're right in the midst of winter over here. I'm located in Michigan, in the state.
Well, good to have you all with us. As you can probably see, my lighting's a little bit different now. We're now into the evening, of course, being over here in the UK, a little bit further ahead in the day. So it's a real pleasure to have you all with us. I've met Rathnam before. Rathnam spoke with us at a conference we had in Boston. Lakshmi is new to the event, so a warm welcome to you. And Rochelle, also a new addition to the event, so a warm welcome to you. I think we had the pleasure of meeting quite a few years ago at a Chicago event. So good to see you again. So I think a good place to start, and a place I often start with these panel sessions, is kind of defining digital transformation and what that means individually to you. So perhaps by way of introduction, you could just tell us a little bit about yourself as well, your role, your experience, and that definition of digital transformation. And Rochelle, I know you've been backstage waiting for quite a long time, so perhaps we'll start with you to kick things off.
Hey, thanks, Chris. We were just chatting a little before we got on here to see everybody, and man, 15 minutes can be a long time when you're really waiting for it, can't it?
Okay.
Okay, well, I'll kick off here. I'm Rochelle Roy. Thank you for the kind words and the nice intro here. And I'll let you know that my job every single day is to help people understand health insurance. Now, Chris, I tell you what, that is not the one-liner you start something like this with if you want somebody to keep asking you questions. So what that actually really means for me on the day-to-day and why it's important is because this industry really needs transparency and truth. You know, this is where people are making some of their most important decisions. And, you know, the most absurd thing to me is the fact that we can go online and we can find any product sourced by anybody. But when it comes to wanting to know how much it will cost or what you can expect when you're experiencing a health-related need, that's a little bit harder to solve, right?
Yeah.
So I'm really lucky to be in that space. And when I think about digital transformation, I don't want to get too deeply psychological on you here, but really I think it's harnessing the processing power of machines, because all of us are pretty programmatic in our thinking. I think that would draw that kind of crowd here, right? And anytime you can see a pattern repeat, I think that repeating pattern can be automated. And that's what digital transformation to me really is, because it unlocks our ability as people to then go solve the next biggest, scariest, and hardest problem.
Nice. That's a really good definition. Thanks, Rochelle.
Sure.
And then perhaps we can move to you, Lakshmi.
Right. Good to be here, like I said before. I've been in the digital transformation space, gosh, for forever. Before it was called digital transformation, it was called virtualization, then it was called online services, now it's digital transformation. My journey has been through all of those. A couple of decades ago, I was a product manager for virtualization. Then I was product manager for the Office 365, the very first Office 365 product that Microsoft put out, which is Outlook in the cloud, going back to way back when. I then went on to lead digital transformation for a couple of banks. Rochelle, tying back to your experience, one of my biggest successes and learning experiences was to lead digital transformation for retail digital space at CVS, insurance for you. So I understand your insurance. Well, I was on the PBM side, but currently I lead up business to business digital transformation for Signify Lighting. And for those of you who don't know Signify, I'm sure you know Philips Lighting. It's the loved brand, the leader in the lighting space. We cater to a variety of customers across markets. So there isn't one definition of what does my customer want by way of digital. So the way I think about digital transformation as it pertains to my current role is enabling customer services and customer experiences by a combination of technology, business process, and culture. It's operational change, it's business culture change, and it's technology change. And I'm glad to be sitting in the intersection of those.
That's great. That's really nice, and good to bring that people element in it. We hear a lot on these events about the people cultural aspect of digital transformation, and there's always kind of a 50-50 focus on looking at the people and the tech side of the kind of digital transformation landscape. So it's nice that you raised that point, and we'll talk a bit about that a little later on. Rathnam, it's good to see you again. Obviously, like I said, we last met, I think, in 2019 in Boston, where you spoke at our event. It's good to have you with us. I believe your position has changed a little, and your company obviously has changed since we last spoke. So it'd be great to hear about your new role and experience since then.
Yes, Chris, thank you. Nice to see you again virtually. Who would have thought we would be meeting virtually in a digital transformation conference?
Yeah.
This probably is more apt for the type of topic here it is. But for the audience here, my name is Ratnam Aravamudan. I am the Vice President of the Traceable Business under Antilia Scientific. Of course, Chris has the Cole Palmer name in it. Cole Palmer, as of yesterday, Cole Palmer is now Antilia Scientific as a company. So I might refer to both Antilia and Cole Palmer. But basically, my experience is in the life science and the healthcare industry. And in the business that I am in is in the cusp of helping the pandemic crisis here, COVID-19, with data loggers and monitoring devices. So if you're in the US and if you're going to get your vaccination at some point of time in Walgreens or CVS or Rite Aids or someplace, you will the places where these vaccines are stored are being monitored. The temperature monitoring devices probably is from the business that I run here at Cole Palmer and Antilia Scientific. Previously, I was with Millipore Sigma. They're leading the product for the digital transformation, which was automating the processes in the lab, scientific labs. So, and then got this opportunity to move on here. In my world, the way I look at digital transformation, the way I define it is it's basically business transformation using digital tools, whatever the right set of digital tools is. So I always start with customer in mind first, and whatever the processes or the customer need is, we will solve it. We will transform the process for them, make it efficient, utilizing digital tools primarily as more of the efficiency improvement right now. So that's how I see digital transformation. It's business transformation with digital tools.
Nice. Three really good definitions there, and obviously coming from different backgrounds. So I think it's always good to bring different elements of thought processes and learning to the panel sessions. So it's good to have a diverse set of roles and experiences within this. Now we're going to move on to kind of the second question, which is around breaking away from legacy product mindset. So much of 2020 was about trying to break away from a legacy product mindset, at least. That was a lot of the discussion within media articles and things like that. A lot of companies outwardly saying that that was their move. What has been your own personal experiences within your organizations over the course of the pandemic with regards to digital evolution in your own role? We've heard a lot today about digital transformation is more of an evolution versus, A to B. So what has been kind of your experience over the last 12 months with that? And perhaps we'll start with you again, Rochelle, and work back through. Don't worry, I'll mix it up as we move along, so you're not always first, but perhaps we can start with you again.
Well, I think the most important piece of that for us for now is that we don't have to iron the back of our shirts or do the back of our hair. And, I think we're all celebrating because we're wearing house shoes, right?
Yeah.
So working from home is different. That's an evolution. And I think that looking at it right in the face is important, especially as all of us are leaders, and we need to remember the human aspect of anybody's job, right?
Yeah.
But I, Chris, have had a really unique go of it because I started in really highly technical companies. And I would come in and help consult any various industry. A couple of them that y'all probably have flown are Southwest Airlines and Delta Airlines. So, rewind the clock back when I was living in Westin hotels basically permanently. I was working with Delta Airlines on the Android app for when they first started the different seat selections, right? And I remember back then having that frustration where you're like, we are the first early adopters of some tech, and I expect it to be better than this because I can see different patterns and I already know different ways. And why exactly do I see, this team having to solve the problem and that team having to solve the problem, right? So It's been really great to see mobile tech kind of come up to speed. And then it's been interesting going back to what I was mentioning to you about starting in a highly technical industry and helping out there. I stepped back in time in tech world when I moved to insurance, health insurance. Sure. And that's because the technology in this space has just such a different job to do, right? It is not intended to be B2C. And so my experience with the evolution that I just wanted to bring to this conversation was how it's such a unique opportunity to use what we know has worked well in other industries to welcome our own industries who are ready now to emerge. So lucky enough to be working for Priority Health. And 2 years ago, we launched our Priority Health mobile app, right? Like I told you, my job is to help people see transparently what the cost of their care will be, right? So it was interesting to have a conversation internally with a company who is best at insurance as a technologist. So I'm telling people, here is the digital handshake you're going to have with every single one of your members now. They're not going to come here to your location to say hello. This is how you're going to present your company. And so that was an amazing experience and definitely an interesting evolution, even within my own career path.
That's a really good answer. Thank you, Rochelle. And then with yourself, Lakshmi?
Sorry, trying to get off mute there, which we've done all of 2020.
Oh, drink.
Yeah. Right? You're on mute. So I have a slightly different perspective. I started at Signify a couple of years ago. I wanted in 2019. At the time, and something Ratnam said at the beginning resonated with me. I started in a business transformation function, and if you think about today, business transformation and digital transformation are very similar. We put the customer in the center of it. And for the lighting industry, that's a huge step change, right? Lighting business to business lighting is not purchased by the average customer looking at a mobile or a desktop experience. It's purchased through relationships, it's purchased through agent experiences, it's purchased through specifications. So trying to break into that as a third connection point and say you can also have these conversations with us digitally. And you could do it in a way that does not disrupt but enhances your partner engagement with us was the problem we were trying to solve. So good part of 2020 was spent understanding that customer behavior, understanding what it is that the journey for the customer looks like, and we learned some interesting things. The customer is changing. He's no longer the Gen Xer who wants a catalog on his desk that he can go switch by. It's a millennial. He wants to go to an app, point it at his location, and get his solution in his hands. So that was my first experience in 2020, and breaking away from the product mold kind of resonates with me. It's breaking away from the traditional go-to-market mold was a lot of what I did in 2020, and it was less about we putting out the best solution. We did put a few solutions out, but it was less about that and more about bringing our leadership team along in the journey and explaining to them that the customer has changed and we need to change with them. And that journey is still going on, I have to say. As you go to these legacy organizations with deep history, and Philips is Royal Dutch Philips has its own legacy and history, and the European presence. Changing the internal culture is as important as catering to the customer on the outside who is also evolving. And that's how we looked at legacy last year. And the challenge this year is we've done our part in socializing and holding hands with everyone and telling them what has changed. Now we need to operationalize that and truly transform with the right set of tools.
Nice. So yeah, that's really good, because obviously with your culture transformation, that reflects as well to customer thinking. Unless your organization isn't thinking like that, then you can never outwardly transform as well for your customer. So really good point there. And Rathnam, with yourself there.
I agree with Lakshmi and Rochelle here as well. The key thing that we noticed, of course, the pandemic we were already on path for digitally enabling our products to engage with customers differently. So it was a slower adoption cycle. What happened, I think, mid last year, probably in Q1, end of Q1 and starting Q2, is customers' acceptance of digital technologies rapidly changed. To the better, right? Like what I used to see LinkedIn posts where you say, hey, what 8 to 10 years of digital transformation and multi-billion-dollar investment couldn't do, COVID did in 3 months or something, right? Like the whole thing changed big time. And our engagement with the customer when we develop new products, previously we would have had a in-person visit and try to understand the product needs. Now you have to do that digitally. So we had to come up with the ways you could engage digital tools to engage with the customers as well. So that changed a lot. What it did in terms of the benefits is that you could turn around things faster now, because I'm not relying on wait time, travel times, any of those things. So we could turn things around, we could get feedback. Customers were, and again, I think because customers were accepting the newer technologies and the way we were engaging them, we could engage with multiple customers on the same day. Previously, this was not happening. So everything on that front helped us is one of the key benefits that I see here happen.
Nice. And then looking and going back to you with this one, Lakshmi, looking kind of at strategy and how strategy has been rewritten over the course of the pandemic, and there's much more focus now around future-proofing businesses and organizations and reorganizing. How many times have you had to kind of revisit your strategy over the course of the last year, and how much has that changed, and you've had to think, right, scrap that, we're in lockdown number whatever, we need to look at things a bit differently? Has everything changed a lot, or is it principally stayed the same?
I almost feel like you're asking me the question because you're looking at my outlook right now. The reality of 2020 into 2021, and it hasn't stopped. For me, in this current function has been change. It is the only constant. We've had operational changes, we've had organizational changes, we've had strategic changes, and even in my space, in the digital B2B space, I have gone through a few iterations of learning and understanding and pivoting. We started out with, let's understand our customer holistically. Let's understand, how they go to market. We drafted a whole comprehensive customer decision journey across 14 different markets. Then we pivoted and said, let's focus on a certain customer. We pivoted again on operating model and said, how do we build a digital factory? Is it a centralized function? Is it a market-driven function? And these pivots haven't stopped. And my takeaway from that is, we're learning about the customer. We are learning about how to adapt to that customer and the organization. And I think I alluded to this even in the earlier response. In a legacy organization, if you're a quick startup, knows what they're doing, can pivot fast, fail fast, it's very different. But in a legacy organization, the journey starts with educating the organization. And that education has led to multiple pivots. Hindsight 2020, I wish we had moved faster on our customer experiences, but we've spent a lot of time right-sizing our expectations vis-a-vis digital in 2020, and we're now looking at how does that translate into customer experiences.
Sure.
So to your quick answer is, how often do we pivot? Gosh, every other week.
Yeah. And nice. And Rochelle, have you experienced the same there?
Yeah, it is the same. I think the good news is, and I think you were alluding to this with the fail fast. I mean, we've been through iterative cycles before, and I think the ability to try something and then to learn is probably the most important thing you have to do when you're putting together strategy. So specifically, as this has hit healthcare, I mean, what are we going to do? I just told you, hey, I want to make sure that it's clear for people before they go to the doctor what they're going to pay. Guess what? They weren't allowed to go to the doctor. So they're not going to be engaging with my digital tool then, are they? So what we had to do was come up with a way that we could still get our members to the doctor without having to go there, right? So out emerges this new digital first plan. So we sell a plan that helps you get your primary care just over virtual visit. Makes a ton of sense, right? And you can actually just call them up at any time that you need a referral. So I think that is a great innovation, especially for people who will use it appropriately,
Nice. No, that's a good answer. And then moving on, we've heard a lot today about kind of successful digital product management or innovation, and in turn, successful digital transformation in its entirety. And Rathnam, I'll start with you on this one. But what do you think make up the key elements and key ingredients to successful product management or innovation or indeed transformation?
Yeah, great question, Chris. I'm going to stick with my original statement here, right? When I look at all of these, it's business transformation. You have to start with customers first, and then use digital tools as necessary to make these experience that is that the customer will continue to engage with you. So when we look at products and product development and the how do we go about developing products, previously we had the luxury of hey, let's develop the product and then add some more digital capabilities. Right now that has gone away. Now it has to be digital first, as well as Rochelle and Lakshmi mentioned here previously. Like if you figure out the problem to be solved for the customer, in our case, we are looking at real-time monitoring devices. And I can take the example of when we are looking at a cold chain environment where vaccines are being transferred. The problem is that the vaccines go through multiple handoff points. and it goes from the manufacturer, and a shipper, specialty shipper like UPS or DHL could be transferring, and then there is a breach, or the handshake is not that smooth, and the people who need the data is the pharmacy company to make sure that their drug reach the pharmaceutical at the right condition. To solve this problem, if you understand the problem, digital happens to be one way of solving it. There are like non-digital technologies that can solve some of these problems as well. So for us, it is basically get the problem statement right, and then see what digital tools are available. Is it real-time data monitoring? Is it wireless? Any one of those technologies. So fundamentally, I think we've always made sure that our team members from a product development side are looking at the customer needs, and then not only needing the understanding the problem, but you also need to be very well aware of the various technologies and tools that are available to engage with those customers so that you can develop the products.
Nice, good answer. And then back to you, Rochelle. Your take on kind of the key ingredients for successful transformation, or indeed digital product management.
Well, I'll just say I'm glad you're asking me about ingredients for that and nothing to do with the kitchen, because we'd be dead in the water there. I just want to share this smart quote, and I think it's just really sweet, because in all, we're just people. But it says, how smart we are is defined by how clearly we can see the intellect in others. I think that the key ingredient is finding a way to build teams and build relationships with the people who are using technology so that you can understand what they need. You know, you called it problem space. I call it, let's have a conversation and let me understand. Yeah. And, you know, those ingredients that say, I'm going to honor you, you're going to honor me, and we're going to share everything that we know, creates really great self-organizing teams. Those teams can be nimble, and those nimble teams then can create real short feedback loops where they're making their own smart decisions. And when it comes to the honoring relationship with your customers or the people who are using your platforms, I think you have to remember that if they knew the answer to the question or the problem, you know, there wouldn't be a reason for us to be there. So I think it's just staying curious too, right? So treat people right, and let's stay curious, because the moment that you ask the right question, that's where some really key insights can be unlocked.
Yeah, definitely. So it's always about asking the questions and obviously probing those and ensuring you get the most out of it. So a nice point you've raised there, Rochelle. Thank you. And then with yourself, Lakshmi, your kind of take on the successful ingredients.
Well, cut the customer first. Customer at the center of the problem. The customer, the solution to your problem. Right? Everything that Ratnam's been saying, when Rochelle's been saying, still apply. Right? Mm-hmm. If you don't understand your customer, then you are not truly transformative. Digital is an end. It's a means to an end. It's solving the customer pain point is really what makes the transformation whole. And I don't believe digital transformation is about technology. Right? We always think technology. It is not about technology. It is about understanding the changing behavior of the customer and being able to solve their problems in a reasonable way. And I think 5 times out of 10, it is not even about the technology. You can build the best mousetrap and they will still have a problem. It's about, you know, operational processes to support that experience, and it is customer engagement. Mm-hmm. And that's, you know, there's only one ingredient. It is just get to know your customer better.
Yeah. No, that's a really good answer, and yeah, definitely. It's all about being kind of customer centric as an organization, and you can obviously see the organizations that are kind of customer centric are the hugely successful ones and that do focus on that. So, really good point. We're now going to kind of move on to kind of more leadership side, communication side question. So obviously as digital product leaders or digital leaders have the responsibility of kind of overall vision of a given product, communicating that vision to teams from inception through to launch, And particularly during the pandemic, it must have been quite difficult to approach this with new ways of working. There's obviously barriers that have now been raised due to the pandemic in the ways we talk and communicate with one another. What kind of have been the challenges for you, and how have you overcome them? And Rochelle, I'll start with you on that one, because I know when we had a chat last week, you were pretty keen to kind of explore this one.
Yeah, this is my favorite part of this job, is to take something that feels complex and make it really simple and make sure that everybody's minds can align. So I have to be honest with you that this type of communication and having that cascade to teams has not changed too much for me during the pandemic. Because what I know for sure is that when you're creating a vision, it's got to be showing and not telling. And, you know, it's got to be a beautiful big picture that's so simple that somebody could get it in 10 seconds or less, right? Of course, there's details that funnel up through your strategy. And of course, there's planning around there. But you all know that painting that important and always there vision and North Star really comes down to being as creative as you possibly can, creating that one pager, that infographic, so that it just resonates in the minds of the people who are, you know, like I said, making the decisions on the day-to-day, those really small micro decisions, and equipping them with everything that they need to do that effectively. So as you can see, I mean, I feel like I look like an art teacher today. I'm like, you know, using paints and using, you know, PowerPoint, whatever we got to do. Just show up for your people and make sure they understand. Make it memorable.
No, that's good. It's obviously that human element, isn't it? And I think people need to constantly remember that we're all kind of humans in this process, and that's a real important part of any kind of change or transformation within business. Drop the digital side of things. It's about kind of the culture and people side of transformation. So nice point there. And Lakshmi, over to you on that one as well. How have you found how kind of the last 12 months in terms of working with your team and you know, communicating change and things like that?
So my point of view is slightly different, right? So I actually did not feel like my way of working had changed in any way. I've been doing this kind of remote anywhere work forever. And to me, it was just a day in the life of, if anything, and I work European hours. My team is based out of Europe. So, you know, having, you know, being able to get that 4 a.m. start Eastern time in the US and, you know, hit your stride throughout the day really helped. You know, in some ways, COVID helped. So I don't know that my way of working changed. But to pivot on, you know, the response that Rachel said, right? You can tell an image, a picture is better than 1,000 words, but it's not about pictures, right? It's about measurement. It's what is the metric, and this is where most transformations fail.
Yeah.
Tenet 1, make it customer centric. Tenet 2, make it measurable. If you know what it is you're after, put a number against it, and make sure that you can measure that number when you know you can't pivot. And that's how I understand change. And the change, you know, the number doesn't need to be a revenue number. It can be, you know, a customer satisfaction number. It can be an employee satisfaction number. But if you can't measure your success, did you really succeed?
Nice. That's a really, really good answer. Thank you. And you make it sound simple, but it's of course it's a very, very difficult approach, and you've obviously mastered that way of working, and yeah, you can obviously tell. So moving on to the next question, and again something we've heard a lot about today and across the series. both in Europe and North America at this digital transformation conference series. We have had a lot of focus over the last kind of 9 months of these online events around change management as part of digital transformation. So Rathnam, perhaps I can start with you on this question about asking how important is change management through the transformation process? And we've obviously touched upon it a few times here anyway without kind of using the term change management, but just how important is it to try and get it right and to move it along?
Before I answer that question, I have to agree with Lakshmi on the being able to measure is something that is very important, and it's a key, right? I'm going to do the same thing, as I said, like know your customer first, just like how she defined it in terms of tenet 1 and 2. Completely agree with that one. If you take those two in mind, the key for change management is very, very, very important. It's also the challenging part because most of the digital transformation projects that I was involved in, say over the last 3-4 years, initially started off with like a cool idea. Hey, here is how we can do certain things digitally, right? Like we had these new technologies, AI, ML, and all of these things that we could apply to an existing business problem, where we kind of lacked a little bit in terms of discipline or got carried away with the startup mindset was in terms of putting the metrics to measure around that. That in itself as a change management is harder, right? Like to be able to think, to be able to methodically go after here is a business problem, here is how we can measure the success, that is a change in itself, and that was the harder one. Though it is getting easier and easier because we are able to do that. Change management is important, and using the metrics, using the ability to internally bring everybody up to speed on how you're going to measure, how you're going to impact change is something that you have to start very early in the process and constantly communicate as well.
Mm-hmm. Nice, good answer. And Rochelle, over to you on that one.
I will just weigh in and say that there's one weird thing that I know about change, and it's like a fire that ignites all of these triggers in some people, right? It's almost like a continuum when people are thinking about change. And I know we're talking about tech here, but obviously tech is built for people. So I'm going to go on that side of change management because it's both change management inside your organizations and for your customers that you're providing new things for, right? So I think on one side where we've got these people who say change is probably bad, change is awful, change is horrible. You've got the other side of the coin, which I think most of us will find ourselves on, right? Because we like innovation and change. And that side of the coin says, with change comes so much opportunity for us to imagine ourselves, our business, or whatever it is that is changing here, a different path forward or a different future. So to me, the change management is so important because it keeps people thinking critically and it helps people navigate through the gray space, because that's really the difference between being comfortable over here and uncomfortable over here is just your ability to know that you will navigate, you will find those things that you need to be comfortable and happy. And the last thing I'll say, and I think that you touched on it, was that perceptions really do become people's realities, or their perceptions are their reality. So say you've had the best product launch on earth that's ever come to earth, and nobody believes that with you that this is the best thing. I mean, is it successful or not? And the answer is it is not successful, because you're not reaching your customers and their perception is the reality. So the truth is change management is at the core of all we do.
Yeah, nice. Good answer, Michelle. Thank you. And finally, with you, Lakshmi, on that one.
Right. So changes. Look, I think we've said this a few times through this conversation, right? Know the customer. Don't be technology first, but customer first, and manage the customer experience, soup to nuts. Right. And I think I said it earlier. You can build the best bread box, but if you're not going to be able to operationalize it, it's just it's as good, right? It's technology for the sake of technology.
Yeah.
When I started in this role, there were a lot of people who kept saying, "Well, we want AI, we want VR, we want Oculus, we want it was all technology centric." And the pause was, what are you actually trying to solve? starting with technology isn't your answer.
Yeah.
So first start with what is it you're trying to solve, and then you're going to find, and this is my reality, that the operational processes, the back end, the people, the structure, all need to first evolve to be able to make that technology success. I'll give you a simple example. We're trying to automate a quotes process, right? And everyone has a great idea for me, right? From the senior most CXO leadership to the order desk manager, all have great ideas about technology they've seen. Right? And everything from, Amazon has a one buy now button, one button, and I want something like that. They should be able to click one button and get their codes approved. To why can't we use technology X? And along this journey, this is the reality of all of our jobs. Right? At some point, you give in because a senior executive said, "I've made a commitment on this technology. Let's go ahead and implement it." And here's what happens: you implemented the technology, and it's ready. You want to roll it out. And you know what? The order desk manager has not been trained on how to use the technology, or the SAP backend that they used to doesn't work like it's supposed to for this new technology. And you know what happens? You spend about 3 or 4 million. It's a fantastic mousetrap that doesn't work for your internal customer, so it will not work for your external customer. And if that doesn't drive home the importance of managing change, I don't know what else does. So digital transformation is not about technology. It's not about, I have the best new cool idea, or I had this wonderful experience trying out Tesla's new product and I want something like that. It is about what is right fit for you and your customers, and how can you operationalize it.
Yeah, of course. Fit for purpose, right?
Yep.
Exactly. No, really good point. And then we've got a kind of 5 minutes to wrap things up here, and a question that's triggered a bit of discussion today and previously is kind of a question that I will close on, and I'll start with you, Rathnam. How much do you think the pandemic will change business in a sense of digital or technology transformation, or will it? Are we going to kind of resume normal play this time in 12 months, and will it have that lasting impact that everyone's saying it will?
Oh, I can almost answer from where we see it is with certainty that we are not going back to pre-pandemic. That's not happening. Everything because we've all grown through this one, understanding various types of technologies, various capabilities as well. Our customer engagement, our conferences, everything has changed fundamentally. So I think the way we foresee is it is going to be a hybrid in terms of our engagement with customers, in terms of our products. To the question that Lakshmi answered previously, which was in terms of customers' experience in their consumer world has blended into the business world as well in their expectations. I have the same comment that her team had. It's just like, why is that you have one button buy in Amazon, and why can't we enable that kind of a transaction on a B2B? B2C does not translate super well into B2B, but at least those experiences are the direction setters for how we are looking at product development, how we are looking at customer engagement as well going into future. So that's how I would like to conclude, and to give a shout out to you, Chris. Attending conferences like these and keeping up with how other companies are doing has been very useful for me in terms of seeing how the trend is going forward.
Good stuff. Well, thanks, Rathnam. A really good answer and a nice way to conclude. I know you had a hard stop at 2 o'clock, so if you do have to drop out before we kind of close off, big thank you for being involved. I really do appreciate it.
Sure, I'll hang on for a couple of seconds here, but thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for nice to meet you, Lakshmi and Rachel as well.
Perfect. Thank you. And over to you, Rochelle, with that question, the kind of the big ticket question to finish off with.
Oh, well, how to continue to stay relevant and continue to evolve, and will we ever go back the same? No, we won't go back the same. I think there's more options there we've tried some things that haven't worked. We've tried some things that have worked, but all I know is every single industry and every single person has been pushed to do something that they hadn't done before. And thank God for that. To be honest, I see technology and I've been in this space with evolution for some time, and it's crazy to me to see how people are using technology to sometimes replace relationships or sometimes replace the UCV in their own mind.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you go back in time, some of the most influential people we've had throughout history have had beautiful and wonderful minds that they continue to build upon and grow every day. But now we don't even have to remember a phone number.
Yeah, so cool.
I don't know if I have one memorized at all. So I think that kind of just keeping a pulse with what other industries are doing and keeping a pulse with opportunities like this, just to keep our eyes open, stay connected with other people, is really going to continue to stay important as we continue to transform.
Nice.
Thank
really
you
good
so
answer.
much, Chris, too, by the way.
No, thank you. A real pleasure to have had you with us, and really good answer to kind of conclude there. So thank you, Rochelle. Really appreciate it. And finally, Lakshmi, with you on that last question.
I'll be short and sweet, right? This change that has happened is here to stay,
Mm-hmm.
right? And it's a change for good. Regardless of circumstances, it happened at the right time, and it'll transform how we live. So with that, now hopefully I've answered your question. Thank you for this opportunity. I know we've been trying to connect for some time, so I'm glad that this happened, and enjoyed the session today.
Yeah, no, thank you for joining. Some real nice insights from yourself, and definitely some thought-provoking statements that you offered, and so good to kind of hear your narrative and your take on digital transformation, and in particular how you focus on the customer, on the culture side of digital transformation, and emphasize that it's not always about the technology, it's how we as individuals and professionals use it. So a real good sentiment to kind of wrap up almost the day with. So thank you, Lakshmi, for joining. Real pleasure, and lovely to meet you, albeit in this virtual manner, but hopefully we can connect in the future, and perhaps have you at one of our in-person events whenever they return.
Sounds great. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. So a great panel session there, and I do thank each and every one of our panelists there. We had Rochelle, Rathnam and Lakshmi. I hope you found it thought-provoking, and managed to get some further understanding into their ways of thinking. As mentioned, always good to focus on the people culture side of transformation, and to hear from those working in customer kind of centric organizations, and seeing how they're tackling transformation both within and outward facing. So we're now on to our next presentation. We've got two remaining for the day. We're going to be now joined by Tyler Lessard, who is Chief Video Strategist for Vidyard. In an increasingly difficult world for face-to-face, the relevance of such an organization is pretty high. Vidyard allows you to keep that human connection with customers and co-workers, and we're going to find out now with Tyler how they achieve such. I'm looking forward to hearing more on that. We've heard a lot throughout the day about communication and the difficulty during the pandemic of this, and even in normal times. So a great presentation ahead, and looking forward to hearing this. So over to Tyler now. Thank you.
Hey everyone, it's Tyler Lessard here, Chief Video Strategist and VP Marketing at Vidyard. It is an absolute pleasure to be joining you here today at the Digital Transformation Conference, and I hope that you are having a fabulous day, because folks, we have covered a lot of ground on this timely and important topic of digital transformation and what it means to run a business in this virtual first and often remote first digital world, and how it is we can be leveraging digital technologies in new ways to improve how we operate, improve how we collaborate, and how we deliver experiences within our business. But I want to talk about digital transformation through a slightly different lens for this session. And I want to challenge you to think about not only digital transformation and what it means within your business, but what it means to your audiences, your prospects, your customers, and even your partners. What does it mean for them to be interacting with you in a digital-first world? And as the years move ahead, how do you expect the majority of those customers and prospects are going to be interacting with your brand, with your sales reps, with your customer service reps? And how does that change the way we need to think about delivering information and delivering content? Because one of the biggest challenges and biggest risks of a digital-first world between business and customer is this digital divide that's already started to happen over the last few years and was really accelerated in 2020 as we were forced to have our only interactions with brands be digital. And while it poses challenges for many, it also poses some really interesting opportunities, whether you're a business-to-consumer company, a business-to-business, small, large, doesn't matter. Right? The opportunity is for you to start to think about how do we evolve, how do we adapt the way that we engage our online audiences, and do so through the lens of how it is they're now going to be interacting with us, and mitigating the risk of this digital divide and saying, how can we still engage our audience in ways that are meaningful, that are personal, that are emotional, that create resonance with our brand and give us a face and a personality in the market? And there are many ways to be doing this today. From your brand work, to your content, to how your sales reps interact with customers, to how your customer service reps engage. But there's one really interesting new area that most companies aren't yet tapping into, which is how to leverage video in creative new ways to create better, more engaging, more personal, more authentic, more trustworthy, and more transparent experiences for our buyers. And I want to challenge you to think about how or if you are creating a culture within your company where creating and sharing video-based information to deliver your messages, to share your stories, to explain ideas, to connect with your audiences is something that you're ready to do. Right? We've all kind of gone, I think, a little bit too far into repeatable processes and efficiency and scale and one-to-many and email marketing and all of these things. And in some cases, we've lost sight of that opportunity to create real experiences for our customers that give them a personal connection to us as businesses and to people. So let's talk a little bit about this and how it is that we can transform how we engage our digital audiences in this new world using awesome things like online video for both your online presence as well as how your sellers and your customer service reps interact with your customers. Now, I'm going to start by talking about a few brands you may have heard of: Amazon, Netflix, YouTube, Spotify. You know, the list goes on of those common modern technology brands that have become household names within all of our consumer lives. And they're all in very different spaces, but I think we can all appreciate that many of these and other brands have rose to stardom, have become an integrated part of our lives because of one common factor. And that is the experience they deliver to their audiences. Right? Amazon. If I want to buy something, boom, immediate online click and go. Right? I don't have to do the things I don't really want to do, like put on my shoes and go to the store and talk to real humans. I can go boom, boom, boom. It's easy, it's convenient, it's immediate, it's on demand. Netflix, Spotify, YouTube, same thing. I want to watch something, listen to something, see something. Click, it's there, it's on demand on my time. These are the kinds of experiences that people now want and expect. Now, these are all consumer technology and consumer services. So they're a little bit different from most of us out in the real world. We here at Vidyard are a B2B tech company. We sell video technology software to other businesses. And we don't have online services and things like that. But what we do have are our online digital properties, our social channels, our YouTube channel, our sales reps, our customer service reps, and they are all delivering information to our audiences in different ways. And the expectations people have through those channels, and you have the same channels as well, are consistent with what they're expecting with consumer services like these: immediacy, access to information, on-demand self-service, and so on. When was the last time you were going out and in a business-to-business context, or even a consumer context, and had to learn about a new vendor or a product or a service? And if you think about the experience you went through, it depends on what you were searching for. You may have had a great experience or you may not have. But commonly you are going to go out, you're going to do a little bit of research, you're going to find some things out, and then you're going to go to a website to learn about that product or service. And in many cases, they're going to fall short on the offering on-demand immediate access to what it is you're really looking for. Right? I know in the B2B technology space, we often end up getting, blocked by the book a meeting with sales or talk to sales or request a demo. And they don't really show us what their products and services actually look like. If we are trying to learn an answer to a common question, they may have an article or a blog post, but often I'm reading those and I find myself shouting at the screen, like, just show me already. Like I sort of understand, but can you just show me a little bit? Where a video would just, literally say more than 1,000 words, much more than 1,000 words to explain a topic or an idea. So those are the kinds of things that people are now expecting and things that as businesses we can deliver on. And it comes back to these ideas of immediacy, self-service, on demand. This is what people now expect from our brands, no matter what industry we're serving. So I alluded to this, but in today's market, a lot of our websites, they look good. They look better than they did 5 years ago. They've got more people on them. They've got, nicer imagery, better brand aesthetic, but they still generally feel pretty static. And in this digital first world, that's a risk. It really is. Because this is going to be our primary, in some cases our only ways of interacting with our online audiences. And you have to wonder, how many people come to your website, browse through the information, and then leave and they never come back? Well, you probably know it's a high percentage of them that don't come back. And I often wonder, is it because they didn't get the information they were looking for? Is it because they didn't like what they found? Or is it because they wasn't really interesting, memorable? They didn't really walk away with a great, feeling or attachment to our company. Right? These are things that we need to be thoughtful of in this new digital first world. And are we thinking about that? Are we transforming the way we represent ourselves online with a truly digital first audience? Are we letting them meet us? Are we letting them see how we do things? Are we introducing ourselves? Are we creating a sense of transparency through our digital properties? Same thing comes to sales, right? So for those of you who do have a direct sales team, we here at Vidyard, again, a B2B technology company, we have sellers that are reaching out to prospects. And like most companies, for a long time, they were sending emails that look like these, and many of them still do, right? I get emails like these every day on the hour from dozens of sales reps, and they all look and feel the same. They're static, they're cold, they're text-based emails, which again, are fine, but that doesn't represent the modern world we're in. The digital first world doesn't mean text, right? It doesn't mean, repeatable delivery. We have these channels to deliver rich information now, to deliver new forms of media, and that's what we need to be thinking about using them as. So let me give you a few tangible ideas and examples of how others are tackling this, how they're delivering richer, more visual, more engaging experiences online to better meet the needs of our new digital audiences, and how they're transforming their own internal processes to say, you know what, we can create and share video consistently in a way that builds our brand, that creates a new face and personality for us as an organization, for our sellers, and for our customer service reps. So let's do that right now. I'm going to hop on over to a couple of live websites to show you a few examples to inspire you with what can be done with often very little, if any, net new budget. It's just about a new way of thinking. So this website that I'm on here, Mazzella Companies, this is an organization that services the lifting and rigging markets. Now, you probably have no idea what that is, neither did I, but they sell to construction companies and those doing building projects, and they sell and service rigging gear, safety gear, harnesses, cranes, lifting equipment, and so on. Now, they've got all their great solutions listed out on their website, but they've invested in this really amazing learning center called the Lifting and Rigging Learning Channel. And if you scroll down here, be mindful, this is a fairly small business and they have one person in their marketing team that champions their creation of video. And you can see here, they're right up front about it. They've got 180 articles, 144 videos, 19 podcasts, 19 downloads, all these great resources for you to engage with. Now, most of us in our online content and blog and so on, we have 180 articles. We have very few videos. We may not even have any other types of rich media. But this is the new way people expect to be able to engage. And if you scroll down, you can see, again, it's a great mix of different forms of content. And the videos that they're including in here, these aren't big production, folks. In fact, here, I'll show you one of their videos. I'm going to go down to the best fit, misconceptions, and repairability of Crosby straight point load cells. Folks, I know this is a topic you've been wondering about for a long time. Kidding, of course. But I want to just show you, what does some of this content actually look like? How does this actually build and put a face to their brand and create a personality for them? Well, I'm going to click play here, and I'll leave the volume on for a second because it gets you energized at the beginning. Okay, here we go. Right? You getting pumped? Ready to learn about lifting and rigging gear? It's a little 10-second intro, right? I love it. Totally brings a personality to their brand. All of a sudden, I'm like, all right, this is great. I'm leaning in. What's going on? You're way different from how I interact with a blog post.
So outside of just conventional load monitoring,
so here we go.
Any other tools just for,
Now, I'll mute it here because this is Devin
like,
McCarty from Mazzella Companies. And you can see here, this is basically a recorded Zoom call. Shh, don't tell anyone. With a little bit of post-editing on it. And what you'll see here is, again, this is a very educational piece of content where they're discussing an important topic for their market. Now, as a B2B tech company, we do similar things. We don't show physical gear, but we talk about challenges customers have. We talk about solutions things can solve and so on. And you can see here they're using video. They're cutting in B-roll footage. They're showing different imagery to help reinforce the ideas, to make it more memorable, and to help us learn better than what we can do through written text. It's a really simple idea, right? But so many of us in our online content that we're sharing on our website, in our thought leadership programs, on our social media channels, are forgetting about this opportunity to engage digital audiences with visual content consistently. And I'm telling you, in this new world where this is the face of our brands, this is the first point of interaction people have with us, this stuff becomes really important. Here at Vidyard, we do a number of different educational videos, and we've invested in a number of video series, one of which is called Chalk Talks. Now, our Chalk Talks video series is really simple again, folks. This is where myself and other people from Vidyard, we get up in front of a chalkboard and we discuss an important topic to our audience. Everything from prospecting with video best practices, using video to accelerate sales cycles, leveraging video analytics to optimize your content, and so on. And these are all videos that we create in-house with a chalkboard, right? And usually, again, one person here. They're 5 to 10 minutes in length, but these become really important assets for us. In this digital-first world, they allow our audience to see us, to hear us, to feel us, and to learn in different ways that they haven't traditionally with most other brands. And in many cases, because our sales reps may not ever have an opportunity to talk to a prospect, this is the way we're creating relationships. And I'm telling you, this stuff really works. Now, I want to show you another example here as you move from learning about a company, right? So you guys get the idea of content and inbound marketing. Let's make video a part of that. Now you land on somebody's website. Take your own website, for example. What kind of experience are you delivering? Are you creating a real personal connection with your audience when they start engaging with your brand on your website? This is one of my favorite examples, Uberflip, a company based near me here in Toronto. And if you go to their website, they've got a really nice design here. It feels good, feels personal. I'm drawn in. But the best part about this is their demo video. And I want to show this to you, their explainer video, as an example of how to create real personality and emotional connection right from the beginning with something like an explainer. So I'm just going to play this for a little bit here, and you can get a sense where they explain what Uberflip is like you were a 5-year-old.
All right.
And that's why I can no longer attend the holiday party. Anyway, Uberflip is a content experience platform. It's a scalable way to create frictionless, personalized experiences around your content that shape and influence the buyer journey.
Whoa, slow down, Sheldon. How about you explain it to me like I'm 5?
Uberflip lets you use your toys to make more friends. This is your company's content. This is a blog post, this is a YouTube video, and this little guy here is an ebook. Most of the time, you give your customers this. But Uberflip lets you give them this.
Meow. Oh, how did you know? It's very good. But how
All
does
right.
it generate more demand?
I'm going to pause it there. It goes on for a little bit longer. But if you're like me, hopefully you're laughing a little bit and you started to learn a little bit too. And they have this whole explainer series called Explain It Like I'm 5, where they explain different parts of their solution through different metaphors and analogies. And it's one of those things where you watch that as your first experience with their brand, and suddenly it's totally different, right? You're like, all right, this is interesting. This is funny. This seems like a kind of organization that I would love to do business with. Hopefully that's the experience you have. But it creates this totally differentiated personality. And when you go and then look at 3 of their other competitors, which one or ones do you think you're going to remember? Right? If you watch that video, I can guarantee you are going to remember Uberflip as that company with that content experience platform, and the guy who built the Lego cat as an example of how you can create better content experiences. Right? It's a totally different world. So just a fun example. Check out their website if you want. I don't have any affiliation with them. I just think they've done a brilliant job. Check out their website and watch their explainer videos for some more inspiration. This is how in a digital first world, folks, we create connections with our audiences. And that is such an important idea as we think about this new world and how we transform the way we do things to meet this digital first environment. Now, one other area I want to quickly talk about is the sales process. For those of you who have direct sales teams, you can relate to this, or those of you who are prospected by sellers can appreciate that just like the old world of websites, which were all text-based and static, today's world of sales, outreach, and prospecting and communication looks like this. This is it, right? My inbox is filled with over 100,000 unread messages that look like this. It's the same old stuff that doesn't create any form of real personal connection. And in this digital first world, it's not super interesting anymore. So what a lot of savvy sellers are now doing is, instead of just sending text-based emails, they're doing this. They're sending emails that include video messages as part of them. They're called video emails. And they're doing this by hitting record. So Vidyard offers a great tool here. It's free to use. There are others as well out there. But you can sign up for Vidyard for free. And you can hit the record button. You could say, I want to record my webcam, or I want to record a screen share. You record your video, and it's immediately ready to be shared via email or other channel. It's so simple. It's actually easier than writing an email. But it stands out in today's world, right? Like, which of these feel like you're creating a real relationship? Which of these stand out as building a personality, of creating interest and rapport, right? And when you click on this video, you actually see the person. You hear them delivering their message. So this idea of video emails becomes a really important part of how we communicate with customers in a digital first age. Otherwise, we stay stuck with this, which, it just, I think, emphasizes the digital divide that many of us are feeling. So there are lots of ways you can be using tools like this. I showed an example where you've got a little whiteboard with a message, and this is a great way to stand out with prospects. There's other ways you can do webcam style videos. You can also use tools like Vidyard and others to record your screen and send a screen share video. Really simple. You don't have to upload it or anything. It's just ready to be shared as soon as you've recorded it. So hopefully that gives you some inspiration for how in this new world, there are new ways in which we can use visual content and video to be able to deliver our messages, to tell our stories, to build a more personal relationship, and to put a face and personality to our brands, whether we're marketers trying to create an organizational brand, or we're an individual seller trying to stand out from the noise and create a better brand with a prospect or customer. If If you're interested in learning about any of these and any more, I'd encourage you to head on over to Vidyard's website here. I'll hop right onto it right now to give you a sense for what you can find. So on Vidyard's website, you can see we have our guide to video marketing, our guide to video and sales, and the sign up for free button up there. If any of your sellers want to start recording and sending videos in their emails, they can do that using our free tools. So I encourage you to check it out. Let us know if you have any other questions. Connect with me on LinkedIn, Tyler Lessard, if you have any questions or comments on this whole world of video and how it intersects this digital transformation world. And I'd be happy to chat or share any more ideas. So thanks again for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your time here at the event and all the best in your digital transformation. Thanks everyone. Take care.
Great presentation there from Tyler on how you can use Vidyard in many different ways to restore that human connection that we're missing right now. So never has it been more relevant for such a piece of kit to be applied to your business. So really interesting insights and a presentation on Vidyard there from Tyler. I know Tyler's colleague Sandra is in the chat, so she'll be jumping into Zoom if you did want to chat further about Vidyard and what that can do for your business. If you've got any questions, I saw Judith, you'd asked a question. Unfortunately, there's no Q&A for this session, but I believe that Sandra has answered your question. So if you did have any more questions about Vidyard and how it can help you, I do believe Sandra has dropped the Zoom link into the chat function here on Beyond Business Buzzwords. So do follow that if you are indeed interested. And if you don't have the time for it now, as Tyler mentioned, connect with him on LinkedIn, or indeed connect with Tyler's colleague Sandra, who is in that chat function there now. So great presentation there from Tyler. Thank you. We're now on to the last presentation for the day, and this is a previous keynote presentation that we had from Dr. Henna Kana, who is former Chief Data Officer for AXA XL and World Digital 50 member. She delivered a great keynote for us not so long ago, and we'll be hearing that presentation now on the challenges of digital transformation. It's a really well-rounded presentation that covers quite a few things, and I'll be briefly popping back in after that to explain how you can watch various elements of today back, and for further details of on demand and what will be available and when it will be available. And of course we'll be returning as well in June for our next North American edition of the Digital Transformation Conference. And if you're so inclined, we do have our UK and European event taking place next week, with some great talks lined up. So do join us next week for that as well. Details to be posted below in the text feed. But we'll get going with the last presentation, and I'll explain a bit more of that before we finish for the day. So over to Dr. Henna Kana for the previous keynote presentation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. This is Henna joining you to kick off the Digital Transformation Conference for 2020. I'm really happy to be here with you, and I'm hoping that you're carving out some good time to focus on these topics. The word digital transformation is such a mouthful nowadays. It has a variety of perspectives and approaches to it. But one of the things I wanted to just start off with was the expectation of those two words, digital transformation. It comes from not a technical win. It's not necessarily a gadget win. You know, if I'm online or digital or on a phone or not, it's not particularly focused on that. It's actually trying to indicate something broader. It's talking about authenticity. It's talking about precision. Speed is talking about transparency. It's talking about the accountability and the clarity of accountability by the data, who understands it, who owns it, the analytics that are driven by it, the things that the world should expect from it, and things like that. So there's a lot of sort of expectations with the word digital transformation. So I wanted to indicate in the first slide that you notice here, the challenges that come from that digital transformation initiative. and the hardest problems are not the ones that are behind the scenes. They're not the ones that are about cloud or getting things in a mobile ready or digitized format. It's a little bit beyond that. I think we all know this, but sometimes we don't talk about that part of it. So today is focusing really on the mindset, the perspectives, how do we become more authentic, what are we trying to say when we are that way, and so on. So I'll move ahead to the second slide, and hopefully you're able to see this with me. So I thought the first thing we could do to kick off this particular conference was to look at the mirror, look behind, or look within ourselves. Let's say it that way. So I took a few. I happen to be in the risk management and insurance industry, and when I look at the companies that are out there that are focusing on their topics, who they are, and if I look at just their about pages, and I've done this a few times, but in this particular case, you'll notice when I look at the about pages and I put them into I just scrape them off the internet as they've described themselves and put it into a cloud, sort of a word cloud, you'll notice the most common words. And the common words are around services. The insurance company describing themselves, it's about financial services, right? So there's things around retirement, providing something. You'll notice something around, there is a bit about individuals, there is certainly a bit about customers. We talk a little bit, there's words around countries, casualty, personal lines kind of thing, operations, and so on. So the things that stick out in these organizations that I sort of said are more about, are more focused on, what they describe themselves as, or as you'll notice at the very, very top, it's focusing on companies that are discussing in their about page, what do I provide as a service? A very specific sort of question that they're trying to address. And then we can compare that to companies that we think are much more forward-headed or a bit more different or on the digital path or the digital journey. And they're actually answering a different question in their own about page. They start talking about what can I do for the customers? And it's evident in just a simple scrape, right? Simple research view of the word clouds of who they are and how they describe themselves. They start talking about experiences. They talk about the customers again, but in a very different context, actually. They talk about the needs. You'll see the word innovation show up. You'll see the word sort of industry. You'll see things like mission, which is smaller there, but it's certainly there. Words on remarkable. Services will show up, of course, but the idea of industry, experiences, the needs, innovation, personalized is a very key word there as well. They start to come up, and I'm sure if we do this again in 2-year span, these words will be even more evident in the conversation that the customers or the companies are having when they think about digital transformation. So I wanted just to quickly start off with a quick, look at the mirror. What do we see about these companies that are going through digital transformation, different from those that aren't quite equating themselves as a digital transformation organization or one down that path? It's a very quick sort of touch, and you can see that in your industry, because I know there's a lot of industries on the phone call here, or in the virtual session here. So if you look across your industries, your partners, your competitors, your landscape, how do they describe themselves, and what are we sort of indicating to our market, to our customers about how we think, or their relevancy to our strategy and our approach. So when we think about digital transformation, I break it down to 2 major parts, an X and Y, and nice and simple. So on the X-axis, it's about how are we thinking about ourselves and the things that we do, the inside-out approach, the things that we know we're good at. We are version 10 out of version, we started at version 9, we're now on version 10 of the same thing. It's bigger, better. It's sort of a continuous improvement model, the inside out on the X-axis. On the Y-axis, there's a direction in terms of in terms of how we speak, how we engage. So one is about how we kind of operate, how we build, how we think about our products and solutions. And the other is much more about how we engage with our customers with regards to those products and solutions. So for example, if I'm on the bottom left quadrant, which is the majority of our industry, a majority of our companies, especially those that are coming out of the legacy perspective, they are unidirectional inside out, which basically means they engage with the customer when they need to or when the customer needs them. So for example, during a claim or during a renewal cycle or during a sales approach or a version management or an upgrade, something like that. It's very transactional in that model. And the things that the company tends to build for those customers are also based on the company value proposition, the company's perspective of their value proposition. Let's say it that way, which is different than what a business might be allowing a customer to think about their value proposition. So which if I go to the very end of the other spectrum, which is the top right corner, now we're thinking about companies that are outside in, bi-directional. You see the two axes, and you see the indication of that sort of approach for the y-axis, which is, I can talk to myself about certain things, and I can then load it to my customer. It's one way, and then I look for their response, and then they load it back to me. That's a unidirectional approach. Bi-directional, it has actually a frequency associated with it. So a frequency could be, I'm doing it much more often. It's not during just a sales cycle, not just an upgrade. It's much more frequent, and I get to interact with the customer for feedback on a regular basis. So I'm constantly evolving with the customer. And on the x-axis, I'll just reiterate that this is much more about how I build products and solutions. So if I go a little bit deeper, just to maximize our time here, you'll notice there are inputs for those four quadrants. So if I'm on the bottom left quadrant, a lot of our performance management tools, the inside of the company, the way that we do our conversations are inside out, unidirectional. And I know that this is a concept that became a little bit more famous the last couple of years. And I've been talking about sort of these four quadrants, I think since 2010, maybe 2011. And it holds because oftentimes we are doing these things on the bottom left quadrant. And our goal is the upper right quadrant. Our goal is the upper right quadrant where we're actually able to build things based on customer intent, customer indication, and we're building it in a real-time fashion. So our feedback, our responses, our sort of our recursive routines, or what we're getting in terms of our feedback loop, is actually giving us a continuous partnership. We're co-creating with our customers, and hence we're actually cannibalizing a lot of our own products on a regular basis to replace them with better things that the customer wants and needs on an ongoing basis. And it could be very different than our original value proposition. Original value proposition might have been a specific analytical tool, and lo and behold, the customer actually needs the analytical tool with a geospatial lens to it, with mobile data. All of a sudden, that lens is different than our original intention, but it's much more viable for the customer relationship. So I'm going to keep going. With these sort of lenses in mind, what actually happens then is, if I take a step backwards, now this is a bit of words, but if you look at the center, what I'm hoping to share with you are actually the same four quadrants in a bit more of a businessy sense, right? So the other way was a bit philosophical. It could be, what does that actually mean from an execution standpoint? This is much more execution ready. So if we think about the left side of those two quadrants, the quadrant 2 and 3, they were much more around internal optimization. How do I do better? But what do I have? How do I do more with what do I have? How do I get better outcomes from it? Be more optimized and so on. The right side were actually, so the first and fourth quadrants were much more about external expansion. How do I get closer to the customer? How do I become much more relevant? How do I become a trusted partner with the customer? These are what digital transformation initiatives are grounded on. That's where authenticity, speed, accuracy, transparency, those words that we started off with, come into life. How we speak about ourselves, what we bring to the customer, and what they expect from us starts to shift in these two quadrants. So I'm just sharing that with you in terms of a business model and what does that actually mean from our world. And I've used this in several places before. So if I go further down this route, let's go a little deeper. And a little deeper could very much be around the model that we think about. So our current model has a few different characteristics to it. I don't know if it varies that much by industry, frankly. So I'm making the assumption that some of it is relevant to you, and it could be more applicable or adopted, minus one or two words here and there. So in our current model, you'll see things about direct engagement, somewhat more manual. It may not be online engagement, so it's not digitally enhanced. You can't get the web analytics behind it, but you can get some maybe subjective, but at least some qualitative views from it. Another lens for current models are the physical ability to share things. I'm actually looking at product delivery. I'm able to sort of send something through in a way that I can trace it, I can measure the accountability for it, and so on. It's usually unidirectional. We talked about that. Multiple touch points. So a lot of our current models have a hop, skip, and jump, I think is in English. So we have a lot of touch points. And then there's manual feeds. We have so many manual feeds that we don't know exactly where to count, which one starts where, which one stops where. And then, of course, there's a lot of fire drill. We had a lot of fire drill to making it a better experience, making it a better relationship with the customer. We get their feedback real time, but we try to respond to it really quickly because it's not proactive. It's much more reactive. And if you think about a digital company, their shift is quite a different way. Their shift is sort of turning to the right of self-service. It's making it very evident the benchmark of that company and its competition and things like that. So we're able to sort of see how far away are we from those we want to aspire to be towards, or the goal that we have in mind. We're able to understand that a little bit more quickly because we have more analytics in our mindset. The way that we do things are much more analytical. And if you go further down, there's a lot of co-creation. There's a lot of programmable APIs. Its ROI is tracked. It's not subjective. It's not just qualitative. It's not that we want to get rid of the qualitative side, by the way. We want both quantitative and qualitative lenses around it. It's very personalized, and there's new business models emerging all the time. So we're not in the bottom left quadrant. We're on the upper right. The business models actually can be different. Some of the situations we might have are much more, freemium models. Some of it could be a recursive, a reoccurring revenue stream, and some of it maybe one time, and those are different kinds of models. So this allows us to think about a digital transformed company with very different lenses compared to that of a current model that are working on organizations, inside out and in a directional way. I keep going further. As some of you might know, in my prior conversations, I talk a lot about data, and the world is talking a lot about data. But it's kind of a noisy conversation because it's not a new topic. We've talked about data forever. We've used data forever. Most companies are very data heavy and not necessarily data driven at all. So they don't correlate. Having a lot of data and being data driven are not the same thing. So I'm sharing here with you sort of a maturity curve. I worked on this some time ago, and I still refer to it sometimes because the fundamentals of data hasn't changed much, and it's gotten more confusing because there's so many different kinds of data out there now. So if I think about just the ability to think about the maturity levels, there are three distinct ones. If I want to be a digitally transformed organization, I am heavily driven by my data, both subjectively in a way that I can understand my qualitative perspective, and I can verify or validate or negate some of the quantitative things that we're seeing in terms of patterns, or vice versa, right? So there's sort of a marriage between those two things we're often doing. In my prior roles, I've often talked about mind plus machine, that combination of what does my AI tell me and what does my intuition tell me? And those two things really sort of testing and verifying our approach to our usage of our data going forward. So here you'll notice that this is a statistical analysis as one bare bones view, the predictability, and almost the predictability in terms of modeling, but also the predictability in terms of exercising that information out. How can we do it more and more? And then there's that next big thing that kind of makes it a recursive routine. If I hit to the very top of it, new granularity, new refined data, I go right to the bottom again. And I'm again using third-party information, IoT sensor data, whatever it might be, to make that recursive routine of the data types that I have. This allows us, if we do it in digitally enabled way, it allows us to evolve, and it allows us to go from that bottom left quadrant to the upper right because we're cannibalizing our own approaches and our own perspective on a regular basis. I'm going to go down a little bit further for a use case. I thought it'll be good to have based on the fact that we are in the midst of COVID and a lot of things have happened. So in our space, we need to think about risk management. A lot of things go around. We look at natural catastrophes, We do look at pandemic risks. We look at things around the impact of those risks or with regards to supply chain, with regards to warehouses, commercial property, digital footprint, things like that. There's lots of things that we can assess. And and my team and I worked very closely with, and this was actually a massive collaboration between a company called Paper Crane, which is, I believe, Boston or East Coast based. They have a very interesting approach to location-specific data. They look at location intelligence. Their focus is on location intelligence for everyone. And Paper Crane has worked with us in the past for several initiatives, but one of them was looking at mobile information, the pandemic risk, in a digitally enabled way. So we don't have very digitally enabled approaches right now in our industry that are cutting edge enough. In this relationship with them, we actually were able to do that. So I'll walk you through an example. Hopefully that's different enough than what you see on a day-to-day basis, and perhaps something that's more relevant to broader industries than just the risk management space. So here's an example of, I'm going to walk you through 5 really quick use cases, and I'll drill down on some of the examples of the data without disclosing too much. So an idea could be, if I look at mobile-ready information that's coming through our unique IDs, our mobile devices, a lot of our Sentry information. I'm connecting that with the data that we already have in-house in our company with regards to property, supply chain information, maybe a little bit around personnel, workers' comp, things like that. And we can connect those details very real time now with this data with Paper Crane in a way that it's actually tangible for us to understand geospatial intent, geospatial impact, sort of topological impact, and so on. So one of the examples is baseline activity of policy holding property. Another is the macro trends over time. We have spatial redistribution of personnel. A fourth and fifth examples could be, in terms of use cases, could be the redistribution of the personnel, what happened with the pandemic risk, and so on. And then the FTE and the customer and personnel retention, what's that actually indicate for us as we go forward and think about recovery of those companies and so on. So a quick example here, you'll notice, and I know there's a bit of information here, it's really more of the visual appeal that I'm trying to share with you. You'll notice in November of 2019 versus April 2020, the distance in terms of the data knowledge here that we can sort of indicate of what's happening in this location. It just so happens it spikes in April because so much was going on and so many people had to go in and out of this particular warehouse to get things done to sort of recover from what was happening to the world during the pandemic. As opposed to November of last year, you can see the yellow dots. There's sprinkles of them, but not nearly as much, not nearly as dense. It tells us a little bit about this place and the rush in which human beings were trying to get to the grocery store, trying to get what they need very quickly and very fast. Another example in this case is actually a warehouse structure. You can see the similar sort of clustering. This is less spread out, and actually across a certain area, there's certain buildings that become very prominent, higher risk in those areas. What are those areas, and how do we sort of make sure that that place is most relevant? Do we spread out the things that are in those buildings a little bit faster so that we can control the crowding and so forth? A lot of sort of response of this is real-time feeds of mobile data that Paper Crane has pulled together and married it to both our supply chain information and our commercial property information. And it's happening real time in this particular data set. So I wanted to just show you, before I go to that, I wanted to just show you those 2 examples of, in the pandemic and in the way that we think about digital transformed companies, their reaction to making sure that the customer gets what they need faster and quicker with the kinds of data that are different from what we typically use is possible. It's possible because our business models are shifting. It's possible because we think differently about what we can provide to the customer and what they need immediately versus what do we have and how do we tailor it to the customer. It's quite a different mindset. So I did want to end with an example or a view of, because we're talking about digital transformation, a lot of it is embedded or foundationally pinned to what we can do with our systems and what we can do with our data flow. So I I have this view here again that I often bring up. I whiteboard this usually. I don't have a I chicken scratch it on a whiteboard so we can walk people through this perspective of systemically things come into our walls from the bottom left side. They go into typical warehouses and typical marts, maybe analytical cubes. These are a little bit outdated. That we actually want a microservices approach to this so that it's highly tailorable. But it becomes a way to get information out, which you'll see on the upper right quadrant. To get the systems out, information, analytical reports, details about what we can do here. There are actuaries, potential actuaries using it. It could be anyone that has a data science perspective and background, or it could be anyone that's an executive that understands data literacy enough to know what they're looking at from the lens of both qualitative and quantitative, or mind plus machine, or intuition based and mathematically based approaches. That's one way of getting information to the customer. And then, of course, as long as that information is then pushed back into what we see on the social listening side, on the social network side, and fed into what we would then call our big data hub. So this sort of cycle that we're seeing, I don't know if you can imagine, this is actually, again, the X and Y axis in live format, where we go from the bottom left to the upper right, and that cycle must go across each other to really get the best out of the company and what it has to offer. So I'm going to reminding us when we think about digital transformation, you can plan a lot. You can wait for others to move. We can play the chess game, lose a few pawns here and there. But the intent is very much around doing what you think is necessary for the customers and the responses for the customers in a way that actually is a little bit more than just how you did it before. It is going back to that authenticity, the expectation of I'm going to be there for the customer when they need me the most, and I'm going to be ready for that. And it's very sort of proactive. It's predicting what they need. And I put the word serendipity here because we often forget this. And I would say that one of my more prior managers strung this in my head several times. And we talked a lot about serendipity, and I've added a few things here, but really the success rates of where companies really do really well and they go beyond what's expected and they survive and then they actually thrive in that space. It's those companies that are not trend followers. They're not need spotting. They're not just doing the market research. They're not just looking for solutions. They're not just doing R&D. They're actually in a different mode of operation. And that's sort of on that upper right quadrant. So I wanted to share that with you as well, thinking about the company-wide culture. How do you look at who you are? How you speak about who you are? And hopefully that leads to what we often see in the industry about disruption and innovation that's a positive disruption to where we want to head. So I hope that added enough in terms of a start and kickoff for the morning and for the next 2 days that you have with this conference. It's a really rare conference, a lot of different variety of people that come and speak to us here. And I'm looking forward to joining the 2 days with you. And I'm really excited about staying connected as you see fit. You can find me on LinkedIn if needed for any Q&A. I apologize, I couldn't do that in real time here with you, but you know where to find me. Thank you so much. Roar, back over to you.
So as mentioned, a previous keynote presentation of ours from Dr. Henna Kana, last time we had our North American online edition to this conference. We will be back with this event, the North American edition of the event in June. More details of that going to be announced over the next few weeks as we release our agenda, speakers, and a bit of a rejig on the format of that as well. I want to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors for today. Without them, the online event would not be possible. So big thank you to Answer Rocket, Select, Tasktop, and of course Vidyard for sharing their insights and what they are offering in the kind of the digital business transformation space and how they can help your enterprise and organization to better connect with consumers or indeed understand your consumers. So a big thank you to all of those for joining. They obviously presented throughout the day and we'll be sharing those presentations on demand. With that, most of the content will be shared on demand. Give us a few days to cut and chop and edit that, and we'll be sharing that from probably next week, and we'll look to email the content of that over for you. We're of course doing our UK and European edition of the event next week, another online session that we're doing. So I realise most of the people attending today are over the side of the pond, but if you are interested in how we're tackling things over in the United Kingdom and of course Europe on digital transformation, then don't forget to register. You can do so at raw-media.co.uk. Follow our socials as well. Twitter, we're at raw_digital, and we'll be in touch with some links anyway. Been a pleasure to have everyone with us. Thank you for attending, and thanks to all our great speakers, panelists and interviewees for providing their insights and their content throughout the day. It's been a real pleasure to talk to some real interesting folk, and I hope you as attendees have found some good value in attending the event today. So that's it from us. We'll be back. We've got loads of these online sessions coming up, and hopefully we'll be returning our in-person, more exciting and engaging events a little later this year in half 2. That will probably be starting off with the UK and Europe, and then returning our North American event shortly after that. But we will see. We'll have to see what the world decides to play out in the next few months, and make judgment calls from that. But stay safe, everyone, and we're getting through this, the pandemic, and thanks for joining us, and hopefully see you back with us again soon. It's been a real pleasure to have you with us, and I'll see you soon. Thanks for attending.